Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on, K-Mac? How are you doing? What's up, man? Welcome. Starground .15 is finally out. So, now we can do fun stuff. Made it to Friday, yeah. I feel it. Yeah, we're gonna work on deadlift, and it's gonna be epic. We've got a bunch of stuff that we can do. I mean, there's always stuff to do with deadlift, so. But specifically, I think today I'd like to work a little bit more on the rover stuff. Just because the rovers have been unmodeled and untextured for a while. So, boom. I redid the rover. It looks a little more epic now. We'll see what it looks like in-game. I do want to kind of get started on the rover upgrades and stuff, because that's going to be important. And assigned a variable of null. I don't know why. At the items table. Rover. Could be that it's just the ID got reset. Yeah. Let's fix that. Try this again. Ooh. Okay. Rover. I saved it. Let's go look inside the world. Oh, are these different rovers? Oh, they are. So we're gonna get rid of those guys. Let's just get rid of rover bad. Boom. And just put regular rover in here. Yeah, I did change the way that the rovers are set up. So it's a whole new scene now. Hopefully they still work normally. We will find out. They'll probably be fine. Right? Okay, let's try this again. Alright. Ignore all the funny shapes. Just want to make sure these are normal. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm prop flying. I actually did prop fly. I don't know how. Oh. Okay, so I just have to make it so it doesn't collide with the player. That would be a good idea. Keep it on layer 3. Let's try that again. Finally, I found it. Let's see if this works now. It's looking good to me. So yeah, it's also a little easier now to see while you're holding the rover. And that's because I made a change. I basically made the rover flatter. I just think it's better that way. So yeah, it should work then. Let's disable our funny things going on here. And try this for real. Alrighty. Let us descend. still seems to work. That's good. Yeah, they definitely fit the vibe better now. Alright. Let's see what happens. Yeah, they seem to work just fine. So I also want to test like the grabbing. I just want to see where that item kind of lies on the rover. It's about right. It's got these little arms, right, to hold the item. So I think that'll work. And then we can just grab the item. And now it'll tell you if you're grabbing the item slot or the rover, right? So boom. I guess I can just put things onto the rover. That is a problem though, because then it's going to not show up in the rover. So that's cool. But I could probably fix that. Let's just fix that right now. So I want to make it so when I actually manually place an item on there, it properly like registers in the rover. And it should be doing that because it calls this item slot items changed that connect update item. Okay. I guess it doesn't handle picking up the item. Like grab item right here. I really should just do all of this based off of update. So we'll just do this. Make it hold the item, then we go back to update item. We don't really have to worry about drop item. And then here we say like that. We set our held item. It's probably going to break everything. Item. Okay, well, let's give this a try. Just want to see what this does. Come on, man. All right. Let's try it out. Down. So let's just start putting an item on one of these rovers then. Boom. And it still does not show up in the monitor, which is too bad. So if I put that there, it should... I don't know why it's not displaying. Unless the way that signal gets called is not what I think. Right, item slot. And we say item changed. I do it there. I say hold item, set the current item. So if it doesn't have a current item, I say drop item. Otherwise, I say held item is, oops, not nearby item. I need to say item slot dot current item. That's probably the issue. And then down in here where we grab our item, Let me make sure that works. If nearby item, we just say hold nearby item. Let's give that a try. Also, if nearby item is not equal to our held item. We should probably handle that stuff already. Whoa. Okay. So nothing if I put it on. Boom. There we go. Then it should still work normally. I can grab items back from him, can I? Doesn't let me. So anyways, if I grab this item, yeah, it seems like that works normally. And it drops the wood. Well, that is a little weird. The wood is like frozen in time. So we gotta fix that. Seems like it's just not dropping things properly. Yeah, it's just like broken. So what should happen in here is we call grab item. So here we're gonna say it's not the same as our held item. Hold the item. Then up here where we say drop item, I see, because we're going to be dropping our because I don't want to do that. Just thinking how we want to do this. We can just run it here. So if we have a held item, say drop item. And hopefully that'll work. Yeah, we release the current item. Let's try this. I am running. Okay. Decide. Let's do some preliminary tests. Looks like it's holding the item properly. Grab the other item. That seems to be working well. So if I put that guy in there, no, he took my item. What a little goober. I have to go get a new item now. All these guys have items. I need to implement some way to take the item back from them. Get out of here. Stay away from me, my rover. Alright, anyways. So now if I go bop, it seems to work pretty well. Then I want to see what happens, like if I just forcibly pick it up, it should, yeah, just say my thing's empty now. So that seems to be working pretty well. Then also likewise if I do that and forcibly place down an item. Yeah. I think we're good to go. No. Get away. Those guys are funny. Alrighty. Well, that's fixed, so that's good. Yeah, I think the rovers are coming along as time goes on. They look better now. That's for sure. They look more like a real machine instead of just a weird white thing. So, I do want to change the texture on the treads. Do more of a custom texture for that. Not sure what, if we can find anything like that. We can check Filter Fjorge. Realistic brick. Oh, I can't use it. That's silly. Let's look up tread. It's like tire tread, droid tracks, which is probably good. This is basically what we want for the texture, so that'd probably work. Screw it. Let's try it out. Filter Forge is not installed. It is installed. It's just it's being silly. What are these noises? I need to change a lot of the sounds in the game. They're a little a little silly right now. Alrighty. Come on. Loading. Just go to draft mode. God, it's so slow. I don't know how they get these like other. Just have to do it the size? I guess so. Honestly, we could probably just draw our own texture, you know, or just give it a normal map. What is going on over here? I keep hearing noises. Yeah, let's just try giving it a normal texture. Because we have the rubber. Basically just duplicate this and modify this normal map. Just to give it, like, lines, right? So let's duplicate this, call it tread. Wait for credit to open. Now, I don't really know how to draw normal maps, though. How to draw normal maps? I know that it's like a gradient colors. They just, I don't know what color that's supposed to, like, what the values are, you know? Just never really done it before. There's a video on how to do it, so probably isn't that bad. I mean, I just need to know how they work, I guess. Is it like RGB? And that determines the side? Like, this is an example bump map. Normal map. That seems like what I need to do then. I just copy those colors, you know? I'm not sure. Let's try this out. Let's go to textures. See, I mean, you can kind of see it. The tops are like that green color. I don't know what color that is. But hey, let's give it a try. So we're gonna paste this guy in just as a color reference. Then we're gonna do this color. Back over here. And we're just gonna try just drawing one side of it right now. Just literally like this. It's gonna look terrible, but I just want to see what this looks like. No, let's call this red normal. Let's just close the game for a minute. I mean, the other option is that I literally just model in the treads. Like, it'd be fine, I guess, but... And then let's give this the tread material. Boom. And modify tread and load our tread normal. So it really doesn't like work. It's vertical. Also, this should no longer be triplanar. Which, of course, these have UV issues. I think we're just gonna go ahead and do model these. Probably be a little bit easier. Excuse me, guys. So there's probably like an easy way to do this. I know there is the new modifiers. Like scatter on surface. So we could do that. Maybe we can control like the angles and stuff. Yeah, line rotation. But then let's just make like a little tread thing. Like this. I don't know how long these need to be. Let's see. Okay. No. A little shorter, actually. Then just center them. So, let's see if we can now just use that. Ooh. We didn't apply the transforms. So, I don't know what's going on. There's got to be a way to make this normal. Keep surface. Realize instances. Don't do that. Surface offset. There's a line rotation. Yeah, I don't know why it's so weird. And there's scale. Like, what is even going on? What's down here? What is that surface? It's like just doing a ball. I don't get it. It's very strange. Don't do any mirroring. Maybe we do it before we mirror. Still completely broken though. Give me 1 second, everybody. Okay, I'm back. Fortunately, I don't think this is going to work. This modifier is really good, I think, for like very random stuff, obviously, right? That looks crazy, though. It's actually really cool. That's a sick effect. But it's not what I want. Like, I just don't know what surface... Oh. So, it is following the surface, but it's just not in the right position. I wonder if that's like, the transforms here haven't been applied. It's probably because they have been applied. Very interesting. And you can do scale stuff. But the position is still sort of random, right? And I'm not really sure how to prevent that from happening. I can't seem to get it to be reliable. And the other problem with this is it's not going to be aligning with rotation, so... Yeah, this just doesn't really work. That's fine. We'll just have to hard model it. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I don't know how we're going to hard model this. We'll figure it out. Just make like a bunch of loop cuts so I can make little like tread bits. The treads won't be consistent in size, but it is what it is. I think I'll do one every 3 maybe. Nah, we could just alternate, I guess. Oh, I need to do a loop cut over here. Oops. Alright. And technically I should do one there. That's better. Except there's some insane geometry happening here. What? Okay. Let's do some cleanup. I don't know what is going on. But at least the outer faces are normal. That's what matters. Now we can just go through and select every other one. It's not going to end up being like perfect. This is far from it, but it's good enough. And like, see, it's missing 2 there, so whatever. Who cares, man? So now we can just extend that out a little bit. I hate adding a bunch of geometry onto stuff, but I don't know how else we're really supposed to do it. That is kind of a lot. Let's maybe decrease that amount a little bit. Let's make sure offset is even. I want it to be pretty, you know, chill. Like, I guess that's fine. The thing we could do, I don't know if those are worth it, but we could go to each of these now and bevel them, potentially. You know, like that. But that adds a lot of geometry, so I say we just leave it. What song is this? Deep Cover. Yeah, there's all sorts of new songs now. I think with the rubber texture and stuff and the filters you've got in game, it'll probably look fine. I think that looks okay. Except... Rah, this guy got left in. Alright. So that's good to go. I think that's, for now, good enough for the model, the rover. I don't know what else we would really change in here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what we want to do for the lens texture here. It's kind of like hard to say. I mean, I guess camera lenses are usually black, aren't they? So we could just pop the void texture onto there. But that looks a little silly. I kind of almost want to do some kind of metallic texture. I'm not sure. Let's create a new material to mess around with. Resource. Standard material. Or lens. I guess this is a round cube. Grab a lens material. Alright. Now I just want to keep tweaking it until it kind of looks like what I want. We could up the metallic and drop the albedo, so it's kind of... So it is black, but it like is still shiny. But I guess when it has metallic up all the way, that doesn't work. Let's do that. I just want to really up the specular on this, I guess. No roughness. Alright, something like that, and make it look like glass. We could add a little bit of roughness, but... And that's better. Could make it like even a little bit blue. Just don't know what the vibe is for this right now, but I think that's good enough. We keep tweaking it later. Yeah, this coming along then. I think we're pretty much good to go for the model. We got the item picking up, which is important. So one little change I want to make here. I had a dream about Blender last night. It's like modeling this robot guy. I want to do that. Just want to add a couple more little lines and stuff. Okay, good enough. All right, so there's our rover. So yeah, we got the item grabbing, which will be important. And then the next thing for the rovers is probably going to be like the actual upgrades and stuff. But that is a lot of work. So I don't know. Just thinking what we need to do next now. I mean, there's a bunch of things, but I'm just wondering, like, what is, at least right now, going to be my most cost-effective thing to do, right? We can look at the, why is everything an AI, bro? Why do I need to ask Mirror stuff? I don't care. Okay. Yes, I think one thing we do need to get working is the addiction system. That is something. Man, this song is long, isn't it? How long is this song? Okay. Let's see here. So the drone upgrades, food stuff, which is already in the game. So yeah, we talked more about the damage threshold stuff. That's something that I want to rework a little bit, the whole damage system. Like the tarot concepts. So yeah, I do want to do the addiction stuff. It's probably about time for that. We've got the food and water systems in. So yeah, addictions I don't think will be too bad to implement. Basically it's just if we have consumed it before, we start like an addiction meter or whatever, right? Of how addicted you are. And I guess if you eat that same thing again the next day, that'll probably like increase your addiction amount. And got other conditions and stuff. I guess the way this is here is it's just a random chance to get an addiction. Which I think it works too. I kind of like that random chance because sometimes you might just be totally fine and then others you get screwed over instantly. I've dropped a chip somewhere. Okay. So let's just start messing around with that, I guess. I might have a different addiction for each and every kind of thing that's addictive. I'm not sure yet. Because some of these things have specific, like things that happen when you have the addiction. So for example, over here with the mushroom, right? Well, I guess that's different from addiction, but yeah, like these different kinds of withdrawals, right? You have alcohol, mushroom, caffeine, and it changes what happens when you don't fulfill your addiction. Oh man. That song is long. Any super long songs like that I might remove. But we'll see. Okay, so now I think what we need to do is inside of the player, we need to have like a active like list of addictions, right? And I think this is just going to be a pack string array. And it's going to be like either water or food that you are addicted to. Hey, Adagon, thank you so much for the hydrate. Much appreciated. I'm opening my drink. It's carbonated. Okay. How's it going? What have you been up to? Call that additions. That's not what I want. Okay, so I just want to make it whenever you eat one of those foods, you have a chance to get an addiction. Right? So let's save that, go into the world script, and down where we actually eat the items. Where do I say that text? And I checked down somewhere in here, somewhere. Food slot. Here we go. So this is where I actually check our food consumption stuff. Yo, Abra, let's go. Thank you so much for the sub. Wow. No, wrong button. Okay, well, that's fine. You get a free cheese time. Thank you very much. 24 months, 2 years. That's crazy. Thank you for the clear cheese. Yeah, welcome, man. How have you been doing? So I got maybe some more slimes. Nice, nice. That's epic. Yeah, we're just working on a deadlift again today because Starground 0.15 is out. So yeah. So, okay, I think what we're going to do is inside of each item, we're going to have another stat like addiction chance, right? So let's go into here. We're going to say, this way anything can be addictive. And maybe we'll just have a generic withdrawal status effect, but then specific ones have, like, unique ones. Merry Starground Miss. I keep doing addition. It's addiction. Chance. So I think an addiction chance of 1 means, like, guaranteed. So we'll just do it in that way. Thank you for the speed. Much appreciated. I mean, unless we just do, like, 100... 99, 50% chance. Would it be more intuitive? Nah, we'll just do a 0 to 1. I like doing 0 to 1. I don't know, I just think it's nice. Because you get a lot of, like, doing 0 to 1, it's easy to, like, multiply that or make it a multiplier, right? Instead of just having to do another division by 100. I mean, it doesn't really functionally change, it's just easier, I feel like. So anyways, let's go find something in here that will be addictive, like alcohol. Or I think the energy drink is addictive. Stuff like that would probably have a lower addiction chance, but still, you know, enough. Also, coffee will have a... Yeah, we just need to use one to start testing the system. We do have wine, so we could say right here, addiction chance. And I want it to be pretty reasonable. Like maybe for wine, it'll be like a 0.3. Something like that. Say, Dev Ninja, welcome in. How's it going? Is the homunculus going to be addictive? I don't know. I don't know if we've actually defined which foods are addictive and which ones aren't. Anywhere. Unless it's on that one sheet that we have. Let me check. Just asking, what about you? I'm doing good. Starground point 15 is out and done finally. So now we can work on cool stuff. Okay, yeah, the homunculus is addictive. You get an addiction to child's blood. So we're gonna make that have a strong addiction chance. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're eating a homunculus, it's like bad. You shouldn't do that. So let's make it a pretty high addiction chance. We download the update. Let's go. Dang. He doesn't want to test Starground with me anymore over Steam. It's a bro moment. Why is that? Let's see, shrapnel muffin, wine, homunculus. I think those are the main things that are addictive in here. We can make energy drinks slightly addictive too. But like not nearly as much. So it's a little safer. Didn't find the game entertaining, I guess. Yeah. It's too bad. So let's see now. I have to figure out how I'm gonna actually calculate this. I guess we could just do how many times it tries. No, because that's not very accurate. Okay, well, anyways, let's get our water slot if it's liquid. Alright, then right here we're gonna check. So let's see, we have a value from 0 to 1. 0 means 0% chance it never happens. 1 means it's a guarantee to happen. So what we need to do, I guess, is do like I can do a random range of values. Just thinking how I want to do this. What's going on with my OBS chat? It's broken. It won't let me like scroll down. Yikes. Let me see if I can refresh it. There we go. Yeah, this is the Twitch chat was messed up for a minute. Okay. Or doesn't have a high replay value like Bind of Isaac, that's fair. Yeah, it's something I'm definitely trying to work on. I have some ideas for the dungeons coming up soon. I think that'll really add a lot of replayability. I don't know when I'm going to implement them or anything, but I think it'd be cool to have some kind of like... I think the dungeons need more permanent changes. I talked to Max about doing like... After you kill a boss, the dungeon kind of changes a little bit. It wouldn't always necessarily be like a... Make it way harder kind of thing. Because I want to avoid just doing... You know, big health number to make enemies hard. I think that's just kind of boring. I'd rather do like interesting ways of doing that, like modifiers, you know, or like weird little things that tweak gameplay, but both in like positive and negative ways. But I'm thinking about that kind of stuff. Hopefully I can mess with that soon. Call it Souls mode, yeah. I don't know. Oh, we could do this. And then say if that is less than item dot addiction chance. So if it hits 0 and this is 0, that means it never happens. If this hits 1, let's see, I'm gonna do some other math here. So bar roll is that. I'm gonna say if let's see, if it's less than my addiction chance. So if I hit a 0, it doesn't matter. The only thing though is if hit's a perfect 1, which I don't think will happen. Technically means that something with an addiction chance of, yeah, right, this is what I'm pretty sure it is inclusive. Yeah. So there's a chance for it to be 0 or be 1. So if our addiction chance is 0 and it rolls as 0, 0 is not less than 0, right? There's no way it can ever be less than 0. Now let's say if we set this to 0.1, that's a 1 in 10 chance essentially, right? If you rolled this 10 times on average, you'd get it less than a half, or then 0.1 10 once or whatever, you know what I mean? So the thing is, if this rolls a 1 and this is 1, it would say that 1 is not less than 1, so in that case it would fail the chance, right? So I need to say, what we're gonna do is less than or equal to that. And then let's do this. If is greater than 0. So we don't have to worry about the 0 case because it only tries if the chance is not 0. So if we hit a 1 here and this is a 1, it is equal to, so it should be fine. All right. So we do that with our water, and then also here with our food. I think, let's see, we have the wine as a liquid. So this is where we can add on our addiction. So we can say global.player.addictions .pushback, and then I just want to say item.id, I think. However we get that. I guess this is how I do it. I'm going to say bar item ID is that. And then, oh, that's just wrong. It's kind of funny. I guess that was there for a while. I don't know why it's complaining. Oh, duh. Okay, so now what this is doing, we get the item ID from there. We check if it's valid. If it's not a liquid, then we know it's food. And then we push back our item ID. If it is a liquid, then we consume it. Then we do the same thing. So that should work, I believe. Now there's a chance to acquire an addiction. So now I'm just going to go ahead and try and to acquire an addiction. I'm just going to say print my list of addictions, and I'm just going to spawn in a couple of homunculi, whatever you call those guys. Let's hide all these funny guys. Hide the outside. Okay. So, I do have items spawning here. We're just going to set these both to homunculus. How do you spell homunculus? I don't actually know. Homunculus. Okay. Boom. Boom. You can do roll greater than equal to 1 minus addiction chance. Okay. 0 doesn't matter in this case. Let me see, would that work then? So hey, Sheik, welcome in. How's it going? I'm just running that in my brain, the logic of that. So rolls 0 to 1 inclusive. And if addiction chance is 1, it's always going to be greater. I think that would also work, yeah. I mean, I could probably change it to being that. It doesn't really matter, though. That the most recent song? Not yet. I need to update the main menu track with that, so we'll be doing that. We're just testing a addiction system right now, so yeah, and I could eliminate the equal to 0 check. That's true. All right, so I'm gonna try eating these guys. Hopefully that gives me an addiction. We'll see. Oh, did I just? What? Might have just eaten it. I don't think that's supposed to happen. What? I see. It's clearing items inside of the elevator, so I gotta make it not do that. Yeah, it's only supposed to do that when you go to sleep. Not like this. It shouldn't happen here. So I don't know why it's doing that. But if I put it in the storage, it shouldn't happen. Better not. Okay. I wonder why, though, it was, I guess because I didn't check that slot. Okay, I think I know what caused that. Normally, items in your elevator should not do that. But I realized since this, when you put it down in a slot, it gets rid of its collision shape. Which causes it to be funny. Anyways, if I put this on my plate and sleep, I should have a chance to acquire an addiction. Yep, so you can see I am now addicted to homunculuses. So yeah. So that's the basic core of the system. Obviously now the next thing is like calculating the withdrawal symptoms and stuff. Give me my peanut butter. It's too fast, man. I can't catch up. I'm a little bit thirsty. Yeah, I need to make it so we can like kick those guys or something and take the item back. I suppose this game won't have modding. It'll be way harder to make moddable than Starground. I mean, I don't think it would be that. I think it would be easier than Starground. I mean, so far everything from the beginning, it's been very easy. We've done everything in data tables, so it hasn't been that bad. I think this game is actually pretty moddable already, because if you want to add new stuff to the game, you just kind of pop it in here and it automatically gets, the content gets just added to the game. So yeah, I think it would actually be really easy to mod this game in comparison to Starground. Because the thing is, you don't have to worry about multiplayer, so it makes modding way easier. So doing custom maps is nothing, so. But yeah, I think I might do modding. Why not? New river model looks slick, thank you, yeah. Yeah, I remodeled it because I was tired of the old one. The old one looks stupid. And now it looks epic. Got the treads. I added like a bunch of little wires and gizmos and these little flaws that hold an item, right? So when you put an item in there, it like doesn't look stupid. I mean, it depends on the item. Some items are like small, like the homunculus, but usually it looks fine. But yeah, I'm happy with how it looks now. I'll drive around. Close the hatch. Oh, that was sick, dude. Just did like a double front flip or whatever. So yeah, will there be UI to tell you when you're addicted to something? I think the way that we're gonna do most of that kind of stuff, I imagine, is either the player says a line to tell you that information, or it shows up on the board over here. So maybe when you wake up after you get addicted, the player says, man, I'm really craving, you know, X, so that you know that you got addicted. But yeah. Won't custom enemies be harder to do? I mean, they won't be too bad. I have a base entity class. And there's a couple variables similar to how the players or the enemies in Starground work. But this does all the pathfinding automatically. And it has some stats here, like whether the enemy is aggressive or not. You know. And all of the information about entities are stored in the table. So we go look in here. Like, for example, Ares by default is aggressive and directional for his sprites, so. But the Kobold, I say, no, you're not aggressive. I also set a speed and stuff, so. To add a new guy, it's not really too bad. I mean, obviously, if you want them to do interesting, cool things, you're going to have to program in your own logic for it. Like, you know, the Kobold has his own stuff going on, just because I need to change his navigation to target items instead of the player and stuff like that. But all it really is adding in a new guy is you could just extend from entity script and do the stuff. And hopefully at some point too, we could like take different elements from different guys, right? Like if, oh, I don't know, what's a good example? If there's like a guy that, I don't know, is super reactive to sound, like we would use that same, like make that part of the base entity class so you can kind of really easily change behaviors that way. So that comment and aggressive should be 2. Where's that at? Was it in the entities table? Oh, right here. Yeah. So it should be 2 whenever I'm describing like documentation, and then 1 for just code comments, right? Yeah. Okay. Am I supposed to do a little gap? I like how it looks, but I feel like that might be wrong. Am I supposed to have it next to the hashtags like that? I don't know, I just like the gap because I feel like it's easier to read the word. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Also, yeah, something really easy about modding in this game for entities specifically is that they're all images. So instead of having to actually model out a rig, you know, and stuff, you just have to draw them, which is way easier and more accessible. So this game, funny enough, it's not like I designed it to be moddable, but it just is by nature pretty moddable. So, but it'll be interesting to dabble with that more as we, you know, get closer to stuff. I'm not really going to be focusing on modding support for a while. Maybe that's something we could mess with closer to 1.0 launch and stuff. Squeeze. Yeah, for now, I'm just going to make the game actually fun. All right, so with this new addiction system, let's make the player say some more stuff. I do think they should say like, man, I'm not craving things. So I have like a talk or speak function in here. All right. So when they first wake up, I think it's right here, awoken. But I want this to be controlled from a very specific part of the code, so we're going to do it in here. Well, we say begin travel. How do I do it? Oh, I guess it's instead of the chair. So right here on awoken, we say world exit maze. And then I also want to say global.player.awoken.connect. We'll make this one shot. And I want this to actually just be a function on the player. Like, new day message, right? And we can figure out what message we want the player to actually say. I might only just make him say one thing, or maybe sometimes merge, depending on the condition, but... What is it? Or it's like new day message. Yeah. Thank you for snoozing the ad. I could really go for a juicy homunculus. That's basically, yeah. So that's just gonna call that, and we're gonna figure out what the message is based off of the current status of the player. So like, what effects do they have active? Are they like starving to death? Are they addicted to stuff? So I think if you're starving to death, that's gonna be the first thing. In some things I don't want it to be super obvious, but I think if you're about to die from starvation or thirst, that's when you say something. So I want to say if let's see, active effects. I want to do like effects.getCount or something, right? Do I use that anywhere? I don't know. Add effect. Let me search for effect. Remove effect. Because the counts of your effects is the way that we kind of like calculate its tier, right? So I think what I'm going to do is make a new function for the player that's like number of active effects. I don't know where the other effect functions are. Add effect, here we go. Function get effect count, and then effect ID, or IN range, active effects dot size, -1, sure. And then say var count is equal to 0, return count, return an int. So now what we're gonna say is if active effects I dot ID is equal to effect ID count plus equals 1. So now we know what the tier of our effect is. So I'm gonna say if get effect count mg.effect.starvation, or is it just hunger, I think, or something? It's one of those. Yeah, it's hunger and thirst. Is greater than 1. So it's just greater, yeah, let's say greater than 1. So we know that it's 2 and we're about to die. Then I want to say speak. I'm so hungry. I feel weak. You know. And LF, get effect count. Thirst. Alright, is greater than 1. Then we can say, I'm so thirsty. I feel weak. Now we can do our addictions. So we say for I in range, or we just say if addictions dot size is greater than 0, then we say var addiction ID is equal to addictions.pick random, and then say speak. And also say var get or item data is equal to global dot items table dot get addiction ID, and this is gonna throw errors. Boom. I can't call pick random in a pack string array apparently. Maybe I can just convert this into an array. Yeah. So item data, we're gonna get that. Then I'm just going to say I'm really craving item data.name. I'm really craving homunculus. Alright. So let's see if all of this stuff works then. Let's try it out. Run to the elevator. Yeah, I think the more messages like that, the better. Like, really, whenever the player talks, it should just be telling you information, right? Like, and it's not going to be a constant thing. It really, they only really, I want most of the talking to be done at sort of like intermission points, right? So, for example, moving on to a new day or something like that, right? Just so it's not this constant annoyance in the background. Okay, now let's eat a homunculus. Yes. Let's see if I get addicted. Oh. Apparently there's no such thing as name. I might have just not put in names yet. I didn't. Well, we should do that. I guess I have forgotten. Scrap. So we got ads, my apologies, gamers. Water. Meat on the bone. Hot dog. Meaty Caesar. Also, we do need to implement the liquid mechanics. Oops. Nut butter. Almond milk. Shrapnel muffin. Wine. Homunculus. I am really craving a homunculus. Pepperoni pizza. Mug cake. Ugh. Vegetarian pizza. Uncut salad. Strawberry smoothie. Blueberries. Lollipop. When will it end? Sour candy. Oops. Such a banger, I know, it's crazy. Alright, now they all have names. So we're gaming. Let's try this again. I want him to say, I'm craving a homunculus. It'll happen, don't worry. No, 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 no. Oh, we saved one. Let's hope we don't get unlucky. Lost and what? I don't know, man. I'm really craving the homunculus. Okay, that works pretty well. It's a very subtle message, you know, it doesn't even, you don't really even hear the audio. But that's exactly what I want. I just want it to be a little, like, if you're paying attention, you realize what's going on. If I sleep again, I should be complaining about being hungry. I'm really craving a homunculus. Oh, I guess it's because it overrode it. Let's go back into the player. Just say LF. So that it doesn't happen. Because now I'm on my last legs of thirst and hunger. If I put this in and sleep, I think I'll just die. Why is it deleting the items in here? I think something happened to the collision shape stuff. I need to take another look at that. It's not deleting the rovers though, which is interesting. So I don't think it's broken. I don't know. Only consume one item. Yeah, at a time you can only consume one thing. There's going to be two different kinds of items. So you're going to have stuff that you can kind of consume at any point. Those are usually like time-based things, right? So it's kind of like I think coffee, for example, is going to be one of those where it gives you a temporary boost. But again, it's like linked to time, so eventually it goes away just by playing. And then there's other kinds of food that are more like for thirst and hunger that you eat at the end of each day. That's the plan, at least. Like, this stuff is still very volatile. It's easy for us to change this around if we think that it's stupid or needs changing, so... I'm just kind of getting stuff set up for now so we can start playtesting, but then as we do all that, hopefully we start to think of better solutions or realize that it's the right one. You know. But yeah, playtesting will be starting very soon. I'm hoping in the next few days, honestly. So be on the lookout for that. There's really just a couple more things I want to get ready for that. So no matter what, you will always have one debuff of hunger/thirst. No, that's not true. If you eat something or drink something on a day, it doesn't apply another debuff of hunger or thirst. So you start out with no hunger or thirst. If you eat or drink something, then you don't get any debuffs. And let's say that you're hungry. If you eat a food item, it will not only get rid of your hunger debuff, but also feed you for the day, so you end up with no more debuffs. So you can get rid of them. As long as you eat and drink every single day, they go away eventually. But yeah. But yeah, I made sure that that worked that way, because otherwise it would be a little silly. Yeah, we need to figure out why the items keep disappearing. I think what's happening is that it's not checking... So if we go inside of here... it's somewhere like on clear maze or something. I think I know what's happening. Choose shop item. Generate item. It's one of these functions. I think it's in generate maze. So this is where it'll probably be clearing out all the items. Okay, maybe it's not there. I know there's a function that it clears out all the stuff. But where is that? Oh, clear objects. So this is where it does that. The reason it's deleting this stuff is because it's not checking these two slots. So I have to say, if food slot dot current item, we say food slot dot current item dot remove from group maze clear. And that should fix that. And I think it'll get added back to maze clear once we remove it from the slot. Yeah, I add every single item to maze clear at the beginning, so yeah, we should be good then. This is water slot. Okay, so I think that's all that was happening. It was just because there was items inside of the elevator in those slots. It was not marking them as being okay. So if we go back over in here and test this again, it should be fine now. Unless it's trying to consume the item, which if it is, we need to stop that. But we should be good now if I just and hold it. Okay, so held items are going away still though. So that's, I think I might need to do a different sort of way of calculating this. There might be a function in here because we have a collision shape or an area 2D or something for the elevator area, right here. What I really need to run is like different kind of function, you know? I want to run like, I want to do a position check, right? To see if the item's actually in the elevator. I think that would just be a little more accurate. So maybe we could do that. I just don't know if that is a function I can call in here. Or if this has like a rect 3 shape that I can actually grab, because that would be ideal. I mean, there is the box shape, which is a shape 3D. But I don't know if I can get a rect from that, right? I mean, can I add a rect 3? I just want like a box, you know, I don't know what, I guess it's not something I can really do. I want to do like rect3.hasPoint instead of the way I'm doing it now, because I think it would just be more accurate that way. But how do I do that? That's the question, right? I mean, I could just manually define the corners of the elevator, I guess. But, that seems a little bit silly. Because the issue is that this does collision stuff, but sometimes if an item's on a slot or whatever, it's not it doesn't have a collision shape anymore. So I can't really rely on collisions to always be accurate. I have to really do a position check on this. So I can do rect 3. Oh, is there no such thing as a rect 3? I guess not. There's a rect 2. I mean, I guess I could just check the X and Y positions. Like, I don't really need to, I don't care about the vertical position, you know, of the item. Most of the time. How do I want to do this? Because I wish there was just some kind of function in an area that was like checkpoint, you know? But yeah, I don't think there is. Let's look this up, because I feel like there's probably a way to do this. Point in 3D area. Oops. Check position in 3D area. I mean, the solution is just to give items a different collision shape that never goes away, so that we always have a way to check for like detections, you know? It's a little bit annoying though, and I have to do that. But it would work. I have shop block already. So I could say 5 is like item. Because 3 is interactable, 2 is entity, 1 is physics. So we could do... collision layers. What is it? It's like layer. Physics 2D layer names. Right here. Okay, apparently that is not correct. Ooh. Okay, that doesn't work. Where do I have my layer names? Oh, duh, this is 3D physics, not 2D. Okay, so we're going to call this items. So those are always just going to be a very consistent collision shape that everything has. So back into items. Well, here we're going to go to item.gd. And some things inherit this, like rovers and stuff. So on ready, we're going to say set collision layer mask value 5 to true. So now inside of here, in my elevator area, I don't need to check 2 or 3. Really, I just need to know about 5. Well, I guess I can check for that, but yeah. So now over back into clear objects. We're going to add them all to the group, and now all we have to do is just this. And I don't have to do any of this other stuff now. To boy song. Yeah, it's true. I'm just going to say right here, or I is tablet, just to make it easier. So now I can get rid of this. I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. And now all that matters is that. I love the Binding of Isaac. It is pretty good. It's a pretty good game. I do like it. I need to play it more. There's so much, like, man, there's so much in that game. It's insane. The multiplayer was kind of fun. But, I don't know. Multiplayer stuff is, I'll be honest, sometimes a hit or miss. It just depends. Come on, here we go. It's not deleting the items. But I do want to check. Let's relaunch the game and put an item outside. I think specifically multiplayer games being hit or miss are ones that have been converted into multiplayer. I did the multiplayer with Binding of Isaac, and it was definitely neat, but I don't know. I do also really like Binding of Isaac just single player too, because it's like, it's kind of the same thing with Risk of Rain, where you don't have to worry about like sharing the items and stuff. Not that it's a problem. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but whatever. Oh yeah, this seems to be working pretty well. So we'll just use layer 5. It's just a static. Every single item is always layer 5, no matter what. Unless for some reason I don't want it to be detected as a real item. But I doubt that's ever going to happen, so... No, that's mine. It's going to take my stuff, bro. I'll just press F1 as if it would make the darkness go away. So now you can see if I leave this item out and I go to sleep, this item's going to go away, but this one will stay because I put it in the storage. So I'm going to have a note that shows up when that happens, just so that it's clear to the player why the item went away. Oh, but that one went away apparently. Oh, I guess it's because I got rid of this section of code with the storage slot. Let's fix that. I want to remove those regardless of anything, so yeah. Okay. Something took my items. Kinda. The reason the items go away, I mean, really it's a balancing standpoint, but the lore reason is that the doorman takes your items away when you go to sleep, unless they're put away safely. He's like a stickler for the rules, so he's gonna leave you a little note that's like, You know, don't dirty up my elevator. Yeah, the guy in the hatch. He's kind of he's a funny guy. So. Let's see, what is this? Okay, then. Also, somebody asked which update set from the roadmap are we on? We are on, I mean, we're on 0.15. I don't know exactly what he means by that. Around 0.15, the cutting edge accoutrements update. This means everything before that on the roadmap, including 0.14, has already been complete. And 0.15 has already been complete. Okay. I played multiplayer once with a friend from another side of the world. It's pretty laggy. Yeah, I did notice a little bit of, like, performance issues with it. I mean, it wasn't anything majorly bad, but yeah. Binding of Isaac, it's, like, to me at least, a very, like, you need fast response times to dodge things and, like, because it's really annoying when there's any kind of latency. It just feels completely unfair if you get hit by a projectile. So I could totally see that being a little bit of a complication. Be more organized. That's basically what he's gonna say. Yeah, maybe I'll just have him leave a note in every position of the item that was taken away. I'm not sure. And that's still something I need to sort of figure out. Okay, but the item clearing should be fine. We have the addiction system. The next thing is to kind of keep track of how many days it's been since you've consumed one of your addictions. So if it's been like 5 days, basically if it's been 1 day or more, you get the effects of withdrawal. But then after a certain amount of time, I imagine the addiction might go away. So I'll probably just add some info to that. If we go back into the player script, go to addictions. You can only have one addiction at any time, so it's just going to be a dictionary and a dictionary. And then over here, I'll have to change some stuff about how addictions work. Here, inside of the world where we add an addiction, let's now change that. So now what we say is just that item ID. And if we already have that addiction, it shouldn't change anything. So let's also say here, also let's see. Yeah, we could use this improved roll chance formula. Then we get our item addiction chance. Addicted, not addicted. I think we just do this. Unless that doesn't let me do that. Oh, don't have to say like true or false or something. I always forget how this works. Oh yeah, it's different how these work in Godot, I think. Well, no, that should be correct. Truthy value. which is that. Oh yeah, if. Okay, so we have to say addicted is equal to true if true condition. Otherwise, addicted is false. That's how you format it in Godot. And does that not work? Oh, else false. There we go. Okay, so this is how we can calculate our addiction in just one line instead of all this stuff. And then now I just also want to do another check, which is if. So let's see. The Binding of Isaac is a perfect roguelike for me. No rolling, only movement. If you can think of a way to break the game, it'll let you. Yeah. It is pretty good. I feel like for me, it's definitely like the gold standard of a good way to do a roguelite, you know? But yeah. It's a fun game. It's got a whole bunch of content. It's like 1 million different items and stuff in the game. I think they do enemy variety and stuff really well too. Like, there's definitely enemies that you see multiple times and stuff, but even early on, you're constantly seeing rooms with completely different guys all the time, so. And most of them are pretty simple in mechanics, but always just a little bit different, you know? Let's see else. I want to say here if addictions.has. So we already have item ID. Or let's calculate this first and then say if addicted. So if we already have the addiction, then we just change the remaining time. Otherwise, we set it up for the first time, right? So here now we say, I'll probably do like days. So if that reaches like a week or something, then maybe the addiction goes away. But if it's ever anything more than 0, then you suffer the effects of the addiction. So here we're just setting days on that to be 0 every time. I don't know why it's saying that's let me resave this script. All right. So we can just kind of copy this down here. All right, so the way this works is if we do a chance here, if we are addicted, if we already have the addiction, then we just reset the day counter. Otherwise, we increment the days. And then what I'll do before any of this happens is increment the days of all of our addictions, right? So for I in range, global.player.addictions, we say addictions I dot days plus equals 1. And I don't know why that's not working. Oh, I just had to say for I in. Whoops. No wonder. So for every addiction, we say increment the day count. And then down here is where we reset all of those, right? So we say, okay, if we eat the proper item, set it back to 0. And if it's the first time that we've received the addiction, it just starts at 0. And same with this stuff down here. So yeah, I think that all works. Should be a good way to do it. And then I don't know if players will actually be able to get rid of addictions normally. Maybe if you completely avoid eating the item for a really long time, we'll let the player get over withdrawal. But we'll see. And honestly, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new function for this. Which is like function set addiction. Say item ID. I'll say refresh addiction. And kind of just copy the code that we did here. So if we already have it, we can set it to day 0. Blah, blah, blah. What is this song? Cookie's House. Player.refresh addiction. Item ID. Just like having it in a, like a, you know, an actual function for this instead of just randomly in here. All right, so that's going to update all the addictions in here. And then I want effects to be added onto here, right? So I need like, what is it complaining about here? Oh, right. Let me say for I and range addictions. List up, push back, item ID, and now we say list up pick random. And I'm actually only going to add that onto addictions that are actually you're in withdrawal for. So if addictions at index I dot days is greater than 0, then we put it back. And then get rid of the range. And I kind of want it to be where, like, you don't realize you're addicted until you start experiencing withdrawal and start getting the cravings. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that's how it works in real life, too. I mean, I'm not, like, I don't have any substance addictions, but, you know, people don't realize that they have an addiction until you are craving it, I guess, right? Okay, so yeah, that should be good then. And then now the final piece of the puzzle is every time a day has been completed, that's where I want to emit a signal so the player can update their addictions, you know? So I'm just gonna say down here, day passed. I don't think we have any other signals like that right now. We don't have any signals in here, so... Oh, no, we do. And signal day passed is kind of different from level changed. You know? Level changed is more like... just the traveling sequence has ended. So it's not really the same thing as a day being passed. Day passed only happens when you sleep. So... now in player, we can go ahead and say... ready. And I guess in update days, I have to... oh. I already have a function for that. So let's connect that instead to day passed. So only once we sleep, right? So this is going to loop through all of our active effects. If days is greater than 0, then we subtract the number of days. So I must have something that calculates that for removing effects, right? Interesting. Yeah, active effects is also... that's an array of dictionaries. Because you can have multiple effects, but only one addiction. So this is what it has in here. Days, time, all that stuff. Our multipliers. Remove effect. Do I remove the effects anywhere? Which I do right here, I think. Okay, so I loop through. Yeah, I say if time is greater than 0, then I subtract time by delta, yeah. And then if days is 0 or time is 0, I think that should be fine. So do I just set that to -1 when I want it to be infinite? Let me figure out how I do that. Must be what I do. Yeah, so I said if it's -1, it doesn't increment. Okay. So yeah, I think that's all good. I'm just refreshing on the way that's all set up. So anyways, now on refresh addiction, we can add the addiction. Or that's on days or whatever. Update days. Right here. So that happens after everything's been set. Okay. And we need to actually have the effect realized now. So let's go into the effects table. We're just going to have a generic withdrawal effect for most things. And yeah, just do that. For now. Let's see, how do I want to do this now? I want one withdrawal effect for each addiction I have. Hey, Settlex, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How you doing? How's it going? Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing good. What have you been up to today on your stream? Well, it melts my brain on bot dev today. Nice. We're doing very well. Yeah, it's going good. We just finally 0.15 Starground is up and available. So glad that's finally done with. So yeah, today we're working on Deadlift. We're currently getting the addiction system set up. It's going good. Basically, if you consume an item that has an addiction chance, it gives you an addiction. And if you don't, like, keep that addiction up, then you start to experience the effects of withdrawal. So, it's kind of like, I think it's going to be a really interesting system for this game, because this game is like a resource management survival kind of thing. So, unfortunately, sometimes you might be put in a situation where you need to make the sacrifice and eat an addictive item, right? So, like, if I'm starving to death, I might eat some weird mushrooms I find, but then realize, uh-oh. Now if I stop eating those mushrooms, I'm gonna get messed up. So I think it's kind of a fun, like, risk-reward kind of thing. But yeah, that'd be cool. So I'm just getting it set up whenever a day is incremented. If our current time on that addiction is greater than 0, we need to apply an effect. So I don't know how I want to do this. I might have another function in here in the player for removing every effect. Because we have, like, remove effect, which just removes the first one that we find. So let's just call break there. And then I want another function that's remove all effects. Removal effect. So we loop through. If it's that at all, then we remove it. Yeah. Instead of breaking early. So that should be good. A game where I can experience caffeine withdrawal in both real game and real life. Yeah, yeah. It's really epic. Oops. Okay, so this gives me the ability to remove just one effect or all of them. The way that effects in this game work is it's sort of like, it's not like Minecraft where each effect just has a number for its severity. It's more like the severity is just the number of those effects that you have stacked up. So for example, if you start getting hungry, this is like your list of effects. You start off with just one hunger effect. If you go 2 days, now you have 2 hunger effects stacked up. And then once you hit 3 stacked up, you die of starvation. So that's kind of the way that I manage that. And I think it's a good system because we can have like multiple injuries at the same time. So you kind of have to like choose which one you actually want to heal instead of it just being a number. I mean, technically it sort of works the same way as it being a number, but I just like this way better. I don't know, it just feels more intuitive to me. So here, this is the thing. We're going to have to, like, refresh addiction. Yeah, on change day, that's where we're just going to redo all of our, or it's like update days. Redo all of our addiction effects, right? So we're going to say, remove all of an effect, mazegame.effect.withdrawal. And then, depending on how many of those are in effect, we can say... for iron addictions. Well, if there's always more intuitive, yeah, I think so. So this is going to give us that whole list. We say addictions at index I. I want to say if that addiction dot days is greater than 0, which means we've gone at least 1 day without fulfilling the addiction, then we're going to start experiencing the effects. So we say add effect. MG effect withdrawal. And there's really no time limit on this stuff, so just keep it at -1, yeah. So we're going to give that a try. Hopefully it all works out. So I really want to now, let's go down to process. I'm going to be printing my active effects and my addictions. And I just want to see what's going on behind the scenes. So let's go try this out. So we have no effects or addictions right now, as you can see. I'm probably going to die of starvation, but we'll try. So if I put this on here to eat it... These things are addictive, so... Homunculuses? Homunculi, whatever. There's like a 75% chance to get addicted if you eat one. And I better drink some water because otherwise I'm gonna thirst to death. So we gotta find some, I guess. It's metal scrap. I should have sent my rover out, but whatever. It's too late. That's a lollipop. Why did I not send my rover? Right now we don't have any of the dangerous entities spawning because we were just testing the AI behavior of the other guys. Whatever you call those guys. The kobolds. They take all the items away. I still need to implement the way to get the item back from them. So we need to work on that. I always think it's really funny when they steal the rovers. It's like, dude. Alright. He's gone, I guess. Okay, you know what? This is a disaster. Let's just restart. I won't worry about the hunger stuff for now. I think I should be able to test it if I go 1 day. It should show in my list that I have withdrawal active, so we should be okay. Because if I eat it the first day, let's try it out. descend again. Then we get to eat this yummy little guy. I don't think I implemented the options yet, did I now? Ooh, we could get some water. I don't have wood though, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so if I sleep, that's gonna give me a decent chance to get addicted. And apparently I can't get the name now. Days is 0. Oh, because technically I didn't even have any addictions. No, because size is greater than 0. Oh, but none of them were greater than that, so that's the thing. If list.size is greater than 0. So only if I actually have any addictions that have been active for more than 1 day. Let's try this again. One of these days I'm going to get unlucky and not actually get the addiction and then have to restart the game. So that's going to be super fun. I really do need to add in commands to this game or something. This is a way that I can spawn in items live so I don't have to, like, you know, put them into the world scene. It's basically how I have it in Starground. It would be kind of nice. Maybe we implement that sooner than later. Alright, so he's on there. We sleep. Let's see what happens. So we're thirsty. We're hungry. Did I get the addiction? I did not get addicted. I got lucky. So that's too bad. Let's restart the game. Yeah, I'm about ready to add in the command so I can give myself items. I could just do like a different key for opening the console, like the top left thing. The little tilde key. Alright, let's try this again. I better get addicted, guys. Sorry if the audio is too loud also, by the way. I do need to actually get the audio slider implemented and saving and stuff, because I imagine it might be kind of annoying. Okay. Let's try this out. Me, 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 me. Better get addicted. Yeah, I'm addicted now. So, I have hunger and thirst, but I have an addiction. It says days is 0, so I'm not suffering from withdrawal on our effects list. So if I go another day now without eating one, that's when I get the withdrawals. So let's try it out. So let's sleep. And it should show in my list of effects that I have withdrawals. And I think it does. Let's see. Affect thirst. Affect hunger. Affect withdrawal right there. So yeah, I am officially in withdrawal now. I'm really messed up because I'm starving and dying of thirst and I'm in withdrawal. I might as well just die now. If I descend again, I'll die. Let's go to sleep. I feel fine. Alright, anyways. Yeah, let's get this option stuff working, because I'm a little tired of it. I think I can just use a standard script for that. Let's go into the options menu. It's not a scene, I guess. We have to go into the main menu, and we have to save it as its own scene. So let's save it as a scene. Options menu, boom. Go into here. Make it visible in there. But make it invisible there. Alright. So, we got the sound menu. We got all of our volume sliders. We're going to give these some scripts. I'm going to rename these labels, so bus and amount. Bus and amount. Bus and amount. And let's give this a new script. We'll call this volume slider. Export var bus. And then just a couple things. Function ready. I want to grab my settings. So this is something that I did in a specific way in Starground, but I'm kind of considering doing it a different way now. I think I just want to have a big dictionary of values in here. Just call this var settings. Just make this a dictionary. So this will be volume SFX. There's probably a good way to do a setting system. I mean, technically, I don't even need to have... Well, I do want to be able to define defaults. I could define the default at exactly the point where I get the entry for the first time, but then it means if I use the same setting, I have to make sure I update every single case of that. So probably not the best way to do it. I want these to all be a standardized thing. So then we got volume music, volume master. And these are just going to be linear values. By default, those will both be 1. I don't know why it's complaining. Oh. So we got that. Now we're going to go into our volume slider. We're going to say value is equal to global.settings.get volume SFX. And actually, these will always be valid. Like, you're never going to have the setting not be there. So I can just say that. Really what I can say is .get, depending on our bus, right? So we can say volume plus bus. And that should work. So that'll set the initial value, and then we're going to have value changed. Let's just do it in here. Value change.connect. Change. Function change. Audio server.get bus index with our bus, and then audio server.set bus volume linear, which is our var idx, and we set value. So pretty easy, and these are all going to range from 1 to 0 with a step of 0, 0, 1. Do you guys hear cheese time super quiet in the background? I think I do. I need to check the code on that. So now what we're going to do here is grab all of these labels, right? So we're going to say that, and then get amount. dot text is equal to string value times 100 and say round I. And also whenever we set this, we say global.settings dot set our key and then the value, which is our value. So yeah, that should be it. Oh, and value changed, I believe, has to have a right new value in here. Just say ignore that. Oops. So yeah, hopefully that all works. And I'm just gonna say right at the beginning, say change with the value. But all this should work. So let's go set all of our sliders. So this is master volume. Add our scripts. Boom, boom. This is music volume, and this is sound effects. So the next thing that we need to implement is actually our, saving system. We don't have one of those right now. But it should be really easy. We have function save game, or save settings, function load settings. And let's just go copy it from... I know I did a good job of that in LurtIn, so let's open that up. I do want to work on LurtIn soon. That would be nice. So here it should be really easy. All right, LurtIn. I don't remember how I did the settings in LurtIn. I might have just done it how I did it in Starground. I'm not sure. We're about to find out. I think in LurtIn, though, I just have everything in global. Like, I just have save data. It looks like I have these maybe as separate settings, possibly. Anyways, we're going to do this. Save user data, load user data. Just copy both those functions. Boom. Okay. And let's just get rid of those. Don't know why I need saving active. I must use that somewhere. So this is how I do it here. Which, like, I could do it that way, but I think it's just easier just to say store var settings. And then load user data is just the exact opposite. I just say get var settings. And I'm only going to grab it if I actually get it. So I say file.get var. And then say if v, I say settings is equal to v. Because I think this can fail. I guess not. I'll just make sure it's a dictionary. All right, so really easy. We open the file. If it's not null, we get the data, we set settings to that, and here we save it. So we're just gonna set up a timer for that stuff to happen automatically. I don't even know if I have a ready function here. I do. So I'm gonna say timer.new add child. Okay, let's say var timer is that add child timer. Say timer dot wait time is every 1 second. Then timer, we add it and then say timer dot start. And we also connect timer dot timeout to save user data. All right, so we should have saving and loading implemented. Let's try it out. So the options button is broken for some reason. Let's figure out why. So options, there's no signal anymore. I don't know what happened. Strange. Oh, it's probably because I messed it up. So let's connect it to options. Nope. I want to connect it to toggle on the options menu. There we go. Connect. Boom. Let's try this again. So hopefully I should be able to change the volume now. Wow. Look at that. And these changes should synchronize, so if I change them, quit the game, and load back in, they should stay the same. But I forgot to run the function to actually load in the data. So that would help. So I'm actually going to do on this function enter tree, say load user data. All right, let's try this again now. We set them to 0. We quit. And they should stay at 0. Yeah, they do. All right, we can finally change the volume of the game, guys. So we also need to implement that options menu in-game here too. I just need to, you know, click on options, then it opens that up. So really quick, let's go do that. I think we'd do that inside of the world scene. The pause menu. Yeah. I can't see anything. Because there's just this black rectangle in the way. What shader is this? Effect.gd shader. Yeah, I do need to fix that. I think it's because on the player that the eyes things just, yeah. I'm gonna make eyes invisible by default, same with the red. I could keep red around, but I don't want the eyes to be visible by default. So on ready, I say eyes.visible is true. I don't have to worry about that. Back to world now. I can see things. So the pause menu, we're gonna add another menu here now. Options, whatever, wrong scene. I'll make that a child of the pause menu. Well, nah, actually, I'll just keep it as a separate menu. So, I think I want to do this a little differently. Let's connect up options. To the pause menu. So when I hit options, we're going to say options menu.visible is true. And I also want to say pause menu.visible is false, which this is what this is. So it'll do that. And we will need to have a back arrow in the options menu, which I don't think we have. So let's add that on. We got an ad starting soon. My sincerest apologies, gamers. So let's add a button, put it up there, and I'm actually going to give this a HBox. So we put the button, then the label. And set the label to Bill. You can give this button a minimum size. It's 32. Let's set it to 32 and just give it an X. Then on the other side of that, I need a separator that is invisible. Boom. And is also set to 32, so the text stays centered. Oops. Alright, so we're going to add another function onto UI menu. A couple more signals and stuff. So signal closed. And then the exit button, we're going to say pressed. On exit pressed, we'll say close.emit, and also say visible as false again. So that's all we need to do there. Anyways, back into the world menu now. So we can connect that up to the pause menu. We're going to say right here, options menu dot closed dot connect function visible is true. Let's try this out. It's probably like not gonna work, but let's see what happens. So yeah, you can close the options menu now. And let's see what happens in game. It's not supposed to be visible by default. If I hit options, you can see it actually works really well. Okay. But that's the only thing though, is if I hit escape again, like this, it just opens up that menu down there. So we need to fix that. Hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. Let's make the options menu invisible. So I think it's because of the way that this is handled in World with pausing. And set paused right here. But I do say paused is equal to status. Set pause. You know, it's definitely strange. Did I just do that down in process? Okay, I see. So instead of just checking if visible, I want to say if not. Just say set paused, the opposite of whatever paused is currently. We'll give that a try. So that's better now, because if I hit escape again, it gets out of the pause menu. So I'm going to add a couple more functions in here, which is close all menus. I'm going to say if that's visible. Toggle. I'm going to say var menus open. It's false. Then right here I say menus open is true. Alright, so let's try this out. So in set pause, if status is true, I want to say canvas layer, blah, 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 dot close all menus. I guess we run that before this, so here, back down to here. Menus open. First off, we close all the menus. Alright, so let's give this a try. Boom, so if I hit escape, we are still in pause mode. As you can see, it's all broken. So I have to say on close all menus, I should say visibility is back to true. Let's try this one last time. Boom, 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 boom. And my mouse stuff got messed up, unfortunately. I don't know why. When I hit resume, it should fix itself. We say owner.set pause to false. I wonder why that didn't work. Should have set it to false. Strange. Let's try this again. So should be true. I open that. If I press escape again, it should be closing it, but it's not for some reason. And also when I open it again, it's broken and I can't move my mouse. So I don't know what's going on there. Alexa, fan on. Is it because on close all menus, I don't set it back to false? That's probably what's happening. Menus open is false. That's probably the issue. Let's try this again. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's working now. Okay, so now we have the ability to open up sub-menus. Oh, that one, of course, broke everything. I have to say, I see, on close.connect to close all menus. Let's try this again. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Epic. Alright, so now we can change volume in-game. It should save. I do notice, though, a couple things already. We go inside of the world scene, maybe even the elevator scene. There's things that are not properly set up right. So ambience is on master. It should just be SFX, I guess. So yeah, we gotta be on the listen for sounds that are not on the right buses. So far, so good. So sound effects will really basically stop everything. Oh. Because the music technically counts as like a sound effect also. Interesting. It's also interesting how this filter gets applied. Hey! He's gonna take my rover, dude. Bye, rovers. Oh, those silly guys. I think I want to make them stop targeting rovers. It is funny, but it's also extremely problematic. So if body is item and body is not a rover and body is not a tablet, then target the item. Alrighty. Okay, we're making good progress. Got the options working now. I just wanted to do that really quick because it took like 2 seconds and it's just nice to have. I really want to get command set up just for testing because I think I'm noticing me needing that a lot more now, and I don't want to just keep running through this head first and not adding those in. It's one of those things I wish I added in earlier with Starground, so I think we're going to do that. So we just add a text edit. Bro, what are these songs? I don't know where these are from. Actually, let's just set this to full rect. Let's just make this a pop-up on the whole thing. So let's give it a margin. Make this thing full rect. And then overrides constant. Give this like huge margins. Probably. I feel like there's probably a better way to do this though. Why is the text line? Is this what I want? Now let's do a instead of that, let's do a line edit. And don't make this guy expand or whatever. I guess in that case we don't really need the margin. Let's do alignment, center, and make this a little bit wider. All right. Call this command box. So, sort of like the way that we do this, I'm just going to say, add a new key, call it enter command. Boom. You can do quote left. If we've just pressed enter command, then I want to open it. We're gonna have to copy a lot of code from Starground for this, so let's start messing with that. And I just want to toggle the visibility here. I also want to add a input block to the player. So here I'm going to say if that is visible, set that visible to false, instead of messing with the pause menu stuff. Okay. Next thing inside of the player, let's give them another input block for command. So we have input blocks. Let's go back into world. We say global.player.input blocks at index command is equal to whether that's visible or not. So let's try it out. So that shouldn't be visible by default. Oh, and I have to make it so it does the the mouse stuff and all that. Let's see, go back to command. And then how did I do that in the... I'm just going to copy this little... Go back to command. Okay, so... Set mouse mode. Don't worry about that. So if this is visible or mouse is active, then we do that. Otherwise, set it to captured. And make command box invisible by default. So let's try this now. We hit the thing. We have a cursor. We can type in a command, enter it, and then close it. Cool. And really quick, instead of just setting this to visible, I need to toggle it. Let's say toggle command window. Boom. Okay. So now I can open this to my heart's content. And then also I should be able to open it in the pause menu too. It does cause a little bit of weirdness. But I could just say this one line in here. If mouse active or global dot paused. That should fix that issue. So now if I do that, yeah, it doesn't mess it up anymore. So Lord Waffle Knight, welcome in. That's gonna be great. I appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully it's fun. We'll be doing playtesting pretty soon, I imagine. Can I just see what a program has to say about this? It'll be fine. I don't think anything happens when you say that. Alright, so let's just go ahead and get our command system set up now. Just going to copy over what we have from our commands table on Starground, because I think it's just a good way to do it. I kind of like being able to run commands as their own resources. So we're going to do that same system. So let's go into here. Pretty sure we have a folder called resources. Yes, we do. I'm going to set a color on this. How do I do that again? Oh, here we go. Just like resources being read. All right, new table. This is going to be a resource called commands table. Oops. And I'll definitely make this menu for these better. Right now it's just a pop-up window that I can just type into, but I'll like make it an actual screen that kind of basically it's not just a command, like more of a debug menu than anything. So let's create commands table. We're gonna have to go through and delete all the data. All right, so basically the same way that I do commands in Starground. We have our table here with all of the commands in here. We're not going to worry about permission levels because this game is not multiplayer. So it's just going to run stuff. So really, the one command I want right now is just give. And that's going to be inside of resources. I can make a new folder for commands. Command give. And no permission level. Make sure that this has the commands table. And let's create our command. I'm just going to copy the one from Starground, but we're going to be modifying it heavily. Call it command give. So doing it this way means that people can mod in their own commands, just like you can in Starground. I think this is a good way to do it, so... So yeah, what we're really going to do is just have... I could do quantity, but that does get a little dangerous since these are physics objects. Yeah, this has to be heavily modified now. So let's see. Not gonna worry about the name stuff right now. I'll just automatically append that onto the ID, so... We're gonna say item ID by default is item.that. Then we just say item ID plus equals args 1. So now we just say if global.itemstable.get item ID is valid, we do all of the stuff. We're going to get rid of everything else because this is the only thing that really matters here. And we could pass in the amount, possibly. That's something that we will do at a later date. So we're just going to say right here, global.player. And we need to figure out whether the item is a... I think I have a function for this in here. Don't I? Create item? Something. Don't I have one? It's like generate. We have generate maze. I think that spawns in the items in here, doesn't it? One of these do. Generate item. I don't... Yeah, it's called generate item. So that just does a random item. But we're going to go ahead and have another function here, which is function create item. And in this one, you have to actually pass in an item ID. Because this one is going to kind of automatically figure out which one it wants to be. But as far as this stuff goes, this is where we actually do the real item creation. Equal item ID, add child. And that's another thing. I need to pass in where we're spawning it. Okay. I guess it doesn't even matter if this gets added to maze clear by default, because that group now is dynamic, so we can just get rid of that. I don't know why. Oh yeah, this has to be a vector 3. Duh. So in generate item, we have positions, map coordinates. That's just figuring out what position we want it to spawn in. This is only doing it if it's a 2D item. So now down here, we're going to say create item with our chosen ID and our chosen position. I'm also going to have another check in here depending on what kind of item this is. So we're going to say, right, get item ID. If there's no item data, return. But otherwise, if it's a 2D item, then specifically I want to instantiate a 2D item. Otherwise, we instantiate a non-2D item, which I guess would just be item. We don't even have an item.scene, so... Do I have a, inside of the items table, like for the rover? It doesn't have its own scene. Interesting. So I think I need to start doing that. Call this preload rover. Same with the tablet. I really should not summon tablets because that's going to break the entire game. But I just want to be able to summon new rovers if I want. And I don't think I really need to worry about 2D being set to true. So we get rid of that now. I have to go through and... Well, let's keep that for now. Realizing it's going to break everything. I think the only other 2D, or the only other items that aren't those are just... Yeah, so we're good there. Rover, tablet. Alright, back into our crate item. So if it's 2D, otherwise we say item data.scene. .instantiate. So hopefully that'll work now. There's a bar item up here. Why is that funny? Oh. All right. Alrighty, so that's all set up. Now let's go into our command give. And we're going to say create item. Item ID. Then chosen position is going to be global.player.global position. And we have to say global.main on this. And that should be it. Don't care about caller ID anymore because there's only one person that ever calls this, so get rid of that. I don't really need to pass in the window route, but might as well just in case. So let's go find out where I actually run this command now. Parse command right here. Ooh. Okay. So let's add a script to our command box. And then... So we want to say text submitted. Check command. Function check command. Text submitted is going to have new text. So as long as we didn't submit anything empty, and if it begins with a slash, we don't really need to know that stuff. We can just run all this. This is literally all that matters right here, is just that we load it and then free it, so... The other stuff does not matter. We do pass in args, so, I mean, we can do that. We'll just copy all this stuff here. And then delete all the extra garbage we don't need. So we don't need caller ID. And if there's no args, then get rid of it. Don't care about that. Or if not command data, then I say return. Don't care about that stuff. Or any of the permissions and stuff. Well, that can go away. Alrighty. So this is everything that's going to be passed in here. We say check command. If it's a command, and command data, blah, blah, blah. And I probably don't need to pass in the command as an argument. So I'm going to say if it's... Yeah, if it's 0, just return. And then I want to say args dot remove at 0. So we're only passing in the actual arguments instead of the initials command header. That should be it. We don't really need to pass in the window here. I feel like that's like something that we can get in a different way. Because I think we can say global dot get root or whatever. Like, I think we can just skip that. Okay. So this gives us all our stuff. If there's a valid command there, remove it 0, run the command, and that's it. So hopefully this all works now. Back into command give, we're not going to be passing in root anymore. That should basically be it. Let's try it out, shall we? All right, so what happens if I say / give wood scrap? Oops, I pressed our funny button. Invalid access commands table. Right, I haven't actually set up the commands table. Dictionary. Can't type string. Dictionary. Down here, commands tables, preload, commands table, .trez, .data. Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. Open it up. / give wood scrap yeah, this is the problem, is that I that test key that I have, I'm gonna get rid of that now because it's annoying and I can't type anything. I know somewhere I check for test. Right here. Let's just stop that now. And a couple other things here when we do submit this text. I want to say text is equal to, you know, can I just say clear? Yeah, clear out the text. And also immediately as soon as this becomes visible, its visibility changed. I want to connect to function grab focus, grab click focus. So it should just immediately let me start like clicking on it. Seems like it does not grab the click focus though. Unless click focus is not the same thing as grab regular focus. Let's try that one. Boom. There we go. So now slash give wood scrap. And nothing seemed to happen. I want to start running print statements in here now. I'll say print here. Item created. Just to make sure it actually runs. So slash give wood scrap. Is it wooden scrap? I think it is. Nope. So it's not running the command at all for some reason. Let's figure out that part. Oh, it's because I'm checking argument size. I just have to say it's at least one argument. That's probably what's happening. Let's try this again. So boom slash give wooden scrap. And it complained because there's no arg 0. Let's try this again. Boom. And did it print out anything? No, it did not. Welcome back, Oshik. How's it going? So I wonder why it didn't print anything. G.item. I'll say else. Print. Item. Not found. Format. Item ID. Let's try this. Slash give wooden scrap. It's because that thing isn't real. Slash give wood scrap. There we go. But it can't call main because I just said that for some reason. It's actually world. Also, this is not an array. One more shot. Watch this, Oshik. You're gonna freak. I added in commands. Whoa. Yeah, I just decided to add in commands early. Make it easy for me for testing, you know? Why make things hard? And I should be able to give myself anything, so I can give myself a rover. And there we go. I got a freaking rover right here. And I don't know if this is gonna like work with the list of connected rovers and stuff. That's something that I have to figure out. And it seems that it does. So that actually is epic. You can put this on here. Throw it in the elevator. We can get going. Alrighty. Yeah, this will just be nice to have. I can do whatever I wanted here. Okay. It's not a command, but... And if I give myself, like, something that doesn't exist, yeah. One last thing I want to do in here is... Let's see. If I don't find a valid command, then I want to, you know... Why do I need to check if the length there is greater than 0? Because what if I just say slash give? Does it work? No, it doesn't. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh, that's just as long as it's not just an empty string. Oh, let's do this. Just to make this better. And if it does not begin with that, then we print command not found. Or we just don't do anything, really. Return. Also, I'm back. Yo, welcome back, K-Mac. How's it going? So this is splitting it up, getting our arguments. If there's no size on our arguments, then it's just nothing. So right here, this is where we can't find the command, so we're going to print command not found. We're good. How's the night going? It's going good. I just implemented commands into the game really quick because I want to make it so I can spawn in items. It's really annoying to have to create the items in like the scene. Now I can just be like, if I want to test something, just bam, give homunculus. And he, I think I spelled it wrong. I don't know how to spell it, man. Well, let's just not give ourselves a homunculus. Let's give ourselves wood scrap. And it just spawns it in right here at our feet. And we can do the same thing with rovers. You can see I spawned in a third rover. So, super simple command system. It works the exact same way as Starground, but just better and improved because I simplified the arguments and everything. So, yeah. I don't have a second thing for count yet. For, like, spawning in a specific number of items. But I probably don't want to do that, so. Also, it seems that whenever I say clear, it, like, makes it so I deselect the command thing. It's a little annoying. Alright, let's try this. Okay, that's just not working at all. So we do have to say clear. But I need to, I guess, re-grab focus after I clear it. Let's try that. But I already have focus. I don't know why it just stops. Very strange. Also, I realize that now this is going to clear it. So here, let's, I guess, just run clear at the beginning. Let's see if this works. Let's say just kind of like Starground, yeah. And the modding stuff works the same way. You can mod in your own commands and stuff because it uses the table again. So all it is just a list of the command and then the resource that points to the script of the command. So pretty easy. And since it's not multiplayer, the command system is so much more straightforward because you don't need to do, like, you don't have to worry about permissions and stuff like that. It's just single player. So it's either, it's just, it eliminates all this stupid complexity. Single player is so much easier. Yeah, I need to figure out why this, is it like, I need to say grab click focus at the end after clear. We can try that. Let me see if that works. Nope. See, because I have to like click it again after I clear it. I don't know why it's making me do that. Also say grab focus just to check. There's probably something obvious that I'm just missing. It must be something specific to a line edit. Let's look inside the documentation. Is it like, is there a function that's like start editing? Is editing. Edit. Allows entering edit mode. That's what I need to do. So we're just gonna say edit to force edit mode. Let's try this again. Also, I got a quick little volume slider set up. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that's in the game now. I don't know why that 0 is cut off. It's a little odd. Whatever. That still doesn't work. I wonder why it's like that. That's just very strange to me. So what does clear do? It just erases the text. Oh, keep editing on text submit. Ah, that's the issue. I just need to enable that. Boom. Okay. And also I want to get rid of the right-click menu, I think. Context menu. Don't do that. So now I can go bam and rapid fire my commands. So I can say, give me wood. And then it'll tell me down here what's going on. Although I do want to like create a chat window above this at some point, but this is just temporary. You know, just for testing. Now I can just give myself a bunch of rovers, you know? rovers. Now those guys are just chilling there. Should already be connected up to the tablet system. There is a, if I give myself a tablet, I'm not sure what happens. It's probably gonna break everything. You can see I can view all of the, it's funny how bright it is in the rover view. Yeah, what happens if I give myself a tablet? Give tablet. It just works. It's fine. It's funny though, because it'll like return to its starting position, so I can't like... It's just stuck on the floor. It's actually very funny that like it works. That's pretty wild. I definitely thought that would have just crashed everything. So that's very interesting. I could throw these over the fence. That'd be a funny Easter egg if you threw like threw something over the fence. Get an achievement. Alright. Yeah, that's gonna just make it so much easier for me to test all this stuff. Because now what I can do is like, for testing, for example, the addiction and food system, I can just spawn in all the items I need from the very beginning. So, well, let's go over and do it. I can just go give myself, you know, I don't know, blueberries, and give myself some water. So now I can just test this stuff so much easier. Yeah, this is gonna be nice. Also, I need to fix it when you press C in commands, it does that. So I need to just go, should be a really easy fix. Go into the player. It's like zoom. And can input. That's all I need to do. Oh, but I guess it prevents me zooming in inside of there. Which is the only thing. So I guess it's fine. I'll keep it around. Not that it works well, but yeah. You know. And now I can finally turn down these sounds if it's too loud, guys. It's pretty epic. Hello. He needs wood? Too bad I don't have any. Oh, wait. What's that? I have wood now? Oh no, too bad I don't have any wood. Oh no. Oh wait. Wood scrap. What's this? More wood? Anyways, you get the idea. So now I can sleep. And since I both drank food and water, look at me. I'm doing A-okay. Not hungry or thirsty. Alright, one thing I wanted to get implemented. I was just thinking about it in my brain and then I forgot immediately. What did I want to do? Oh, funny guy, get away from me. There's something that I've been meaning to do. I've just completely forgotten, to be honest. That's too bad. Let's make it so we can take items back from these kobold guys. Because I hate them. I despise them. What was the thing I wanted to do? Oh, I literally can't remember. I don't know. It's fine. Let's make it so I can stop these kobold guys. I'm sick and tired of them. So I want to say something here, like if held item is tablet, I want to change the zoom offset when we zoom in to like much less, just so it's kind of like we're zooming in on the screen instead of like it going crazy and messing up the FOV. Speedruns of this game are going to be crazy. I don't know how you would speedrun an infinite game, though. That's the only thing. I guess you just do like a speedrun to level 10 kind of thing. There we go. So now it just kind of full screens in on the screen like that, which is much better than this. This one's like very extreme. It's meant to be a close zoom for like things far away, you know? This one should just be a little one. So if you see something strange in the distance, you can be like, ooh. But yeah. Get out of here, rovers. I hate you. Bye, rovers. What's gonna happen if I don't have any rovers? Will the tablet even work at all? Oh, right. It just says no signal. And then if I say give rover, is it gonna start working again? Yeah, it does. I don't know why it lets me go to this rover index, though. That is a little strange. Hi, guy. These guys really want my items. It's a good way to lead these guys around. You can be like... There they go. I do need to work on sounds for all those guys, because I think that's going to be very important. Yeah, we need to get this note board kind of updating properly and stuff. I want it to actually show important information about what's going on in your player. So it gives you like kind of an overview of everything. I think it's a good way to do it in a diegetic way, so... Yeah, I want to do a crafter in the wall here, like a craft-o-matic, where you can just put 2 items in, and it makes stuff. Be cool if, like, yeah, there wasn't really any, like, UI for that, like, just 2 slots, and you just put the items in, press a button, and see what happens. It'd be interesting. Whoa. Yeah, I do like the new model for the rovers. I think it makes them look way more real. Or they look stupid. Alright, anyways, I want to take another look at Miro. We got the addiction system in. Right now we just have one generic withdrawal, but eventually we're going to have like specific ones for each thing. Like alcohol is going to be different versus mushroom versus coffee versus whatever. Yeah, painkiller drug like this, we talked about that. That could be cool. There's going to be a lot of different items in this game, I think, that change it in a lot of ways, you know? And I think a lot of it is just figuring out what items do and remembering that for your next run, you know? So. Okay, so we got all those. Yeah, I want to get started on the doorman and stuff. I think that would be nice. We could work on that a little bit. The hatch right now forever has been just kind of, you know, broken. It doesn't really do anything, so maybe it'd be nice to actually make it functional. In order to do that, I think it's inside of the elevator scene, which kind of prefer to move that out of there. The elevator scene to me is like just the models, whereas the world scene is like all of the actual like logic of everything. But it's fine for now. So the hatch anyways has a bunch of things in here. Whenever you interact with it, it sets the hatch stage back to 0, and that's inside of world. We've got all these things for what kind of hatch stage it's on. So I guess there's 4 stages, which is closed, semi-open, more open, and completely open. If it's completely open, then you're kind of screwed. So I need to increase the time between these stages. I don't remember where those happen. Which it's right here. This is the 1 in 1,000 chance. It's kind of tricky though. It's like I feel like I don't really have a good way to balance that. Also, it doesn't take into account delta time. So I'm gonna add in an actual timer. And every time a stage happens, I'll just set a new random amount that it could be. And we'll rename this to hatch timer. Have timeout connected to here. So we go into process and remove this thing. Hatch timer timeout. So if it's less than 3, we say set hatch stage. And then we're gonna do hatch timer dot wait time equals randf range from like 40 seconds to like 2 minutes. Something like that. We'll have to see. I mean, I might actually make this timer much less. Nah, I don't want it to be too annoying. Yeah, we'll do 40 seconds to 1 to 2 minutes and see how that feels first. So that just continues it. We set the hatch stage. And I only want to do this if we're not in intermission. So he's not going to be trying to get us while we're in like trading with NPCs and stuff, right? Okay. That's going to start from the beginning. Then we'll have an initial... Oops. I guess it should be fine, because I think by default we start in intermission, so... Just set that to 1, say auto start. And now that should be working. I'm going to print down in here whenever the stage has changed. I'm going to say... Hatch stage... changed. .mp3, yeah. Okay, so it shouldn't happen there anymore. And yeah, I just want to make him an actual entity. I want him to start whispering and his hand starts sticking out as the door slowly opens up, you know? I think it would be kind of spooky. I want him to be a formidable entity. Well, he's not really going to be that dangerous or anything, but just like the marionette, where it's like you've got to make sure that you're maintaining his timer, basically, right? Also, I think I want to get rid of the interaction with the hatch whenever it's in stage 1. So let's go do that. And I'm gonna get so many copyright claims for this music, am I? So I'm gonna turn that off from layer 3. And we're only gonna enable that layer whenever you know, the stage has changed. So I'll just say hatch stage is greater than 0. We'll say .set collision layer, whatever it is. Oh, I need to do hatch, not elevator. It's like collision 3 to true. I think it's set collision layer as the function. I don't actually know. We'll figure it out. All right. So it should not be interactable until it actually starts to open up. Yeah, so we can't interact with it. But then let's just descend down and wait for it to open. Could be really soon or take a minute. Let's see. So we're no longer in intermission. That means it's going to start opening up now. So now we wait. And we need to record some whisperings for the doorman. Hello, guy. I always think it's funny that they just run in here and then run away. Kind of makes sense for those guys since they're just harmless. I do want Ares to be able to walk in here too, and when that happens, it's like, oh no. You know, you gotta hide under here and like be quiet. Okay, so it did work, but it only expected one argument. Let's figure out what this function is. Oh yeah, I don't think I used the right thing. It's like set collision layer value is the one I was supposed to do. So now we gotta wait again. Well, it probably broke everything. Let's restart the game. I might implement a system where the hatch opens up faster depending on its stage. So if you're in like stage 2 or 3, it's gonna open up really soon. Whereas if it's fully closed, you're kind of like, you know, you can take a minute, it's gonna stay closed for at least a few minutes. You know, might do something like that. So now we wait again. It is random, so could take 2 minutes, could take 40 seconds. Guy, just go. Take my stuff and go. Waiting, waiting. We are waiting. Leave me alone. Come on, Hatch. I know you can do it. Come on. Come on, you can do it. You got this. Open up now. Whoa! I think I may be magic, guys. Okay, so it opened up to phase 1 or whatever, where it's just kind of cracked open a little bit. And then, man, I'm just thinking about how many times I've done that thing where I say now, and then the one time it happens, I'm like, oh my god, it's incredible, but I've done it like 500 times. All right. So if I press E on it, it closes, but it's still, I forgot to actually reset the... If I set it back to hatch stage 0, I need to set that back to false. Magicians do the same thing, I believe. Yeah, that's what magic really is. Yeah, there we go. So once you close it, you don't get to interact with it again until it starts opening. I think that's just more intuitive as a player, because otherwise I feel like I might just be sitting here interacting and be like, I don't know what I'm doing by interacting, but hopefully something's happening, you know. So we need to work on sounds and stuff for the hatch now, because that would be nice. And we're so close, guys, to playtesting. Like, once we get all the main mechanics, like the addiction, which is already basically done, then it's finally time to start playtesting. I know there's not really a whole lot of, like, game yet, but, you know, we're going to be really working on that hard soon, adding in new biomes and stuff, so it'll be fine. What does Hatch do? If you leave it, if you let it completely open up, the doorman will get you. He'll escape the hatch, so you don't want that to happen. I think it'd be kind of spooky if he's just like, if you're not in the elevator, he's just standing there watching you. So you're kind of screwed, because as soon as you get too close to your elevator, he just like runs at you. And then if you're in the elevator when it opens up, he'll just jump, Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare you when you look at the hatch. I think is going to be the play. Metal squeak. Sorry if this is loud. Let me know if it is. I'll preemptively turn down desktop audio. That's really loud. Too much. I mean, that's not terrible, but... No. No. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to layer some stuff. Ouch. Oh, also I have to make sure. Creative Commons 0. Well, these ones are pretty good. I mean, that one's good, but it's just too intense. I think if I layered that with some other sounds, it'd be okay. And then I also want one where it's like shuts, so metal slam. Something like that, but a little more... kind of more like that, probably. I mean, I have to remember it's going to have reverb, right? I actually like that one. That one will work. Let's open up DaVinci. I've gotten more used to DaVinci recently. It hasn't been too bad using it, so it's been good. Did it download? Oh. I'm a silly guy. Download sound, download sound, download sound, download sound. And we should be good to go now. DaVinci Resolve 20. Skip, don't care. All right. Let's get all these files in here. Whoa. What are these sounds? Like, what is this one? Oh, that's just... yeah. Again, let me know if volume's too loud. I got it pretty low, so it should be okay. I want the sound of the opening to be kind of quiet. Because the guy, like, the whole idea is he's trying to, like, trick you. He doesn't want you to notice that he's opening the hatch. So he's going to be doing it relatively slow. Maybe something like that. We'll have to see. And I'll just use the same sound over and over because it's not like a sound that you're going to hear very often, so it doesn't matter how, if it's the same sound over time. So we could do like... like that sounds pretty good, and then we got... which we could layer this on top, so we go like... then have this like fade out really quick. I thought it would be hearable at any place. I don't know. It could be. It's hard to say. I could just make it like a global sound event that happens so that you can hear him opening the hatch from anywhere in the maze. So I could do that. Just for gameplay, you know? I think these will work. Let's just get rid of the noise. Glow somewhat quiet, yeah. I think this will be the sound, but it's going to be way quieter than this, you know? This is just like... I always like to keep sounds normalized at like its loudest volume when I create them, just so if I do want to increase the volume of sounds, it's way easier. Because you can always decrease, but you can't like increase volume if you've already set it too low. Because I don't want to get clipping, obviously. You can't just infinitely increase volume. Okay. I love DaVinci. Come on. Okay. So this is hatch open. Put it into our DaVinci. No video. Audio's wave format. Boom. And then this one is hatch closed. And I might even make this one a little faster, possibly. It's fine. Render roll. It's gonna be ambience, like very soft song. I think it depends on the environment that you're in. For the first zone that you're in, I probably won't have very much ambience. I mean, it just depends. Yeah, outside there, I want to do nature ambience, obviously, because you're in the forest. I think when you're in the first level, not the fully deep one, but the one where it's like semi-exposed to the outside world, probably have a little bit of like indoor humming ambience, but also layered on top of nature ambience. And then when you go down below that level, that's where you're kind of really deep into the facility and you hear more machinery and things going on in the background. But again, I think it depends on the environment, because we've got a lot of different ones planned out. I think I've shown you guys before, but we've got like the meat processing facility is going to have a lot of like air conditioning units and stuff probably running, so it's going to be very mechanical. But Grandma's house, for example, is going to have like a much different vibe. It's probably going to be very quiet from all the carpet and stuff there, but you're going to hear like the grandfather clock ticking. Maybe there's some like radios or other kind of like auditory things in Grandma's house. And then different, again, the submarine's going to have more like water vibes. So it's just going to depend a lot, I think, on the environment you're in. I was thinking of Lethal Company-like music. I don't even honestly really know how that is in Lethal Company. It's been a long time since I've played. Is there a soundtrack to Lethal Company? Like, where do you hear these sounds? Well, this is the boombox song. These are all just boombox songs. Yeah, there's the ice cream song. When you get your items delivered or whatever. Record player jazz. Is this an ambient song? Own theme. Okay. Whatever that is. Intro company speech. That's that one. The ice cream song again. Oh, but it's weird. Wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Okay. Company building music. Is this the one that you're talking about? There's definitely going to be music sprinkled out through the environment, though, for sure. I think, though, me and Zach are in pretty strong agreement that we want most of it to be diegetic. So, oh, right, the Eclipse music. I think there's Lethal Company Eclipse music. Eclipse. I mean, we could do stuff like that. I wouldn't be opposed. Just something very background, I think would be all right. As long as it fits what's going on screen, though, that's the big thing. Because I think with horror games, a lot of it is like, I think less music, the scarier. I always think it's kind of corny when there's horror games with just goofy music blaring in the background. It's like, just completely ruins the atmosphere. So if there is music, I definitely want it to be, you know, diegetic for sure. All right, let's add in our audio stream player. And I will make this a 3D player, but we're going to make it very long distance. Then we're going to have hatch shut. Set both of those to world SFX. Then we got to import the sounds. Just in sounds. Effects. Hatch. Hatch close, hatch open. Boom. Now we drop them in here. Wrong sound. So hatch close is going to be violent and loud. But the squeak, we're going to make this kind of quiet. And I want the distance on this to be very far away. So we're going to set maximum distance like 100 meters or something, you know, so that you can hear it from almost everywhere in the entire facility. So let's give these a listen, see what we think. I'm going to turn up the sound effects so I can hear stuff. And I might also add on another sound for when the doorman gets his fingers slammed. We'll see. Hello, sir. Now listen closely. I'm going to be silent so I can pay attention. Let me turn off the music. Oh. I didn't actually set up the code to do it. Oh, silly me. Scourgeby, thank you for the follow. Hatch shut.play. Hatch squeak.play. Let's try this once more. And it better work flawlessly. All right. Let's watch closely. Works pretty well, and then if we close it, works all right. I might speed up the length of that sound a little bit, of the shutting, but it's okay. I think the squeak is maybe still a little bit too loud. I'm gonna decrease the volume on that to like -25. Then let's just go run into the maze. I want to see what it's like when we're far away now. Just wait over here. I do want to be able to barely hear it. Is it not going to go? Yeah, I can see it did print out, so we were not able to hear it. So I wonder why it's not audible. I mean, I set the maximum distance really far. And max system works in tandem with unit size. Oh, I don't think that's the same thing. So we don't want to set maximum distance. I think we just want to set unit size. So we want to set unit size much higher. Instead of like 50. Maximum distance is basically just the maximum distance away that the audio system will process sound. So if we run away now, I want to see what happens if we can hear it. Let's listen closely. Yeah, so we were able to hear it from way over here. It was pretty quiet, which is good. I feel like that's a pretty good amount. And then let's just wait for it to open up again. Because I want to see how loud it is when we're close to it. Just getting this sound edited. Oh my goodness. Why is it so loud? I guess it's because I have the game really quiet. Come on. It's taking its time. There it goes. Okay. So it was still quite loud. Because we do have the maximum sound level. I could lower that value, I think, to -10. And that'll probably help with the volume. Also, that one was super loud. Let's also set that one to -10 for maximum dB. I've never really messed with maximum dB, so I don't really know how that variable works. Hello. So I want to see if that is the one that kind of changes our bass volume. Because I don't want this to hurt our ears when we're playing. So let's just wait again. Sorry for all the waiting, guys. I'm just getting this sound re-exported here. Didn't I change the sound? I need to remark it. Interesting. Yeah, that was much better, like, not destroy my eardrums. So, that's good. Replace. Alright, and then if we close it... Yeah, that's just a much... a little bit better. So max dB is really the one that I want to be modifying when it comes to the actual sound value of these. Sounds like the volume dB, that's just the bass level before attenuation, but that doesn't really let me balance these things very well. So maximum dB is what I want, I think. Okay, so I just did that. We need to go copy the hatch close sound again. Get that imported. I don't know if it's going to update live. Probably have to restart the game. I don't know why it's not, you know, updating. It's a little annoying. I mean, I'm putting it in here. Huh. I guess it's already updated, so that's fine. So how long is it until it gets to this point? Until the slam, it's like half a second. I'm going to go ahead and set our hatch timer really fast, just so we can keep testing these sounds in a more reasonable manner. So I want to make sure these are all set up and ready to go. Ooh. Okay, let's try this again. That seemed pretty good for the speed. Yeah, that seems nice. Okay. All right. I'm good with those. So now the next thing is we're going to need to do like drawing the hands and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be a little bit more work. And we have to draw the actual doorman, We have a super rough mock-up of what he sort of looks like. But yeah. Zach is going to need to draw this funny guy. Yeah, the doorman. Doorman. We call him the doorman because it's like, well, he's in like a hatch door, so that makes sense. And then also, a doorman is somebody that like, you know, rides the elevator and controls the elevator. So it's kind of a double meaning. He is the doorman. Yeah, I need to get this biome stuff implemented. That would be nice. Yeah, I think it'd be really scary if you go back to your elevator and he's just standing there, just motionless. And then as soon as you get too close to him, he just sprints at you at full speed. Wouldn't that be pretty spooky? I think it'd be good. Because nobody would like really know what he is until they've messed up. So you're like, who is that guy? You know, it's not like you see him before that point. So yeah, that'd be epic. Could be neat at the doorman when he doesn't necessarily always guarantee kill you. You know? Like maybe if you're at full health, you could survive his attack. But you'd be like really messed up. No song? Yeah, sorry. There we go. But then it comes down to balancing once again. This is a very balance-heavy game, which is fine. I mean, it's just important, you know? There's so many things like that that are just like, I just don't know until people actually start playing the game and forming an opinion about stuff, so. The Note Man. Yeah, I want to work on this guy too. The Lion. There's a bunch of guys I think would be fun. The Scavengers we're gonna need. We could add the robot guy right now. He's just a 3D model. So. And yeah, when he runs out of battery, he just falls over and blocks the path, so. I think I could probably just do his animation through tweens instead of actually... Yeah, he's actually a 3D model. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, I guess I need to have a another tag inside of the entities to denote that an entity is 3D. Different sense, Nito. Yeah. The reason he's 3D is because the way he works is that he actually becomes a physical obstacle in the path. So it kind of makes more sense for him to be a 3D object since he's going to have like a physics collision shape, you know? So like your rovers will be able to drive through his legs when he's walking, or maybe the player can crouch. But as soon as he falls over, he like fully blocks everything off. So you have to wait for him to recharge his battery every like 30 seconds. We also did write down a potential rover jumpstart mechanic, which we could do if you're like running away from a guy and need to get past. You could temporarily drain your rover battery to get him up and running again. So possibly. We'll see. Yeah, I like his design. It reminds me a little bit of like the Starground guy. He's got the pill capsule head. Yeah, he should be really easy to model. Let's just start modeling him. We're just gonna keep all of his legs and stuff separate objects so that we can use those. So we need to figure out how wide this guy's gonna be. He should be almost the same width as the whole elevator, or the whole hallway. And they are 4 meters wide, I believe. So let's make him... He'll be 3 meters wide, I think. Something around there. And I might just start off, let's just save this as robot.blend. I guess he's called old robot. Ancient automaton. No. I discussed your monster day. Yeah, we did talk about it. I think it could be really cool. I think Zach expressed some he wanted to potentially redesign it. Like, I think the mechanics could be interesting. But yeah, I'm not sure. It just depends on what, like, I don't know. Monster designs, they're all pretty wacky. But yeah, I'll definitely get back to you on that though once we figure out exactly what we're going to be doing with that, but I think it could be cool. I definitely want to have some guys that are very sound focused, so I think one of the things that we were talking about with that design too is like, we want to make sure that guys aren't just completely stupid. We only want a few guys like Ares that are just very basic. So with the guy hearing the sounds, I think we want it to be, I don't know, some kind of extra mechanic layered on top of that. Like, yes, he hears sounds. Gonna make huge sounds when running, yeah. I was thinking about possibly, like, what if he crawls on the ceiling? You know? Something like that. Could be pretty crazy. I just want to make sure that he has some kind of, like, quirk that separates him from other regular sound-based guys. Crawling on the ceiling could be interesting, because you just wouldn't expect it, right? You'd be looking for guys in front of you, and your rovers would have a hard time seeing them. So that could be kind of cool, maybe. Maybe he's almost like, he crawls along the ceiling, and then if he listens and finds you, he like, maybe he has a mouth on the top of his body, and he like grabs you and eats you. You know, something like that. Not sure yet. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of ideas to kind of make him just a little bit more unique. That's the only thing I would say. So yeah, let me know what you think about that idea though, him crawling on the ceiling, because I think that would make him different enough to where I think just his sound listening mechanic would be enough. You know what I mean? So yeah, it could be definitely cool. I do want to do somebody like that. So it'd definitely be nice. I'm just gonna start like slapping objects in here so I can get an idea of his size. We'll do this as his head. And then I'm just gonna put another cube in front of where I think the front is. And we're just gonna see what that looks like. What is the height of the corridors? I believe they are all 4 meters tall. So they're 8 meters long, 4 meters by 4 meters in terms of their width and height, I believe. So let's see, I need to make a new inherited scene and call this guy oldrobot.scene. Put it into scenes. And then let's also make him a type of entity. Re-import. So here he is. Now, is he in the correct position? Let's find out. I don't think he's pointing the correct way. So it looks like over here is the front. So let's resave it. Because negative Z is the front, like, position. Let's enable all that stuff. All right, like this. All big boy games. Yeah, robot of ancient origin. It's true so far, yeah. I just like old robots. I think they're cool. Also, let's add him into the world. I need to gauge, like, how big he is relative to the corridor. So that's pretty enormous. He's a little bit too big. Let's make him A little bit shorter. And I can go ahead and turn his head into a cylinder now. I don't want to do too many vertices, but maybe like 16. Fences. Yeah, there's fences outside. Let's see, his body's going to be mainly a cube. But obviously he has to have legs and stuff, so... Let's see why. His head is too big. His head should be about the same width of his body. Poke Rocket doesn't have fences? Oh man. Poke Rocket has grinders. Just think of all the things it has. It's got a bunch of stuff. It has projectile guys that latch onto you. It's like the goop from The Incredibles. So this is down where his legs are. He might be a little bit too thick. Well, his legs need to be cylinders. Alright, so let's keep shrinking his body. Yeah, I think he's too wide. That should be better. Let's do some cylinders, and these can be like hexagons. And then let's see, he's gonna have another segment here. That's gonna be thinner. And this will kind of be a centerpiece that his joints attach to. Trying to figure out if that's supposed to be a cylinder or not. Looks like it might be. So let's create a new cylinder. Let's do 12 segments. Yeah, I'm just gonna worry about making everything in proportion, and then we can figure out like his, you know, his stuff later, his actual size. Set those up to 0, so those legs are a bit too thick. We're gonna shrink them. Give him a foot. I'd like to do another one, sort of like that. Origin of 3D cursor, mirror. Now we add another cylinder. Put them sideways. Still wonder where all these songs are from. Yeah, it probably would be a good idea to grab the metadata so I know. Let's see, make it a little thinner. Oops. I guess it's not that hard to just look up the name of the song. Eye is itchy. We're getting there. He's way too, like, thick and stuff. And his head is way too big. It's better. I'll keep that cube over there just so I know which way is front. Now he got his arms. These are just big cubes. He's got the Minecraft arms. And those will be lined up over here. His arms will extend to his knee joints right there. Mirror. Alright, so this is what we got so far. We're getting there, but still a bunch of things that need changing. This needs to greatly increase in height. I think his body also needs to go up a little bit. Then we can give this a inset. Have it go up into his body. We're getting there. He's still a little goofy. But I just want to see his proportion now in game. So this is how big he is, which is about right, I think. Yeah, we're pretty close right there. We can continue adding on cylinders and stuff. That's his neck. I do think this needs to scale up just a little bit more. Let's see, his head is like a pill. So we want to shrink this one in the X. And then I want to do I think a UV sphere. So not just a cylinder, no. So I'm gonna do this. And then now I can... It's a little bit too much geometry though, I realized. Let's do that again, but have the amount of... We're kind of going for a low poly style with this game, like... I don't want the models to be too detailed. I mean, this isn't like super low poly. It's not like we're doing like PlayStation 1, but you know, rather simplified geometry. There we go. And we're gonna auto smooth this stuff, so it's not gonna look like super weird, obviously. It's gonna look more like that. So now I want to set origin to 3D cursor. We mirror it. I want to apply the mirror. And now join it up with the rest of his head, like that. Boom. So his head will be all one joint here. Up the smoothness angle just a little bit right there. I feel like his legs are still a little goofy somehow. It's like they need to be a little bit longer. I think I'm gonna raise those up. Raise his legs up. His legs might feel a little bit too thin also. So maybe I'll do that. I think maybe this centerpiece is a little bit too... Shrink that down. Connect it up again. Move the legs into position. And of course, shade auto smooth again. Oops. Sometimes it's tricky to get the auto smoothing right. If needed, I can just add a little bit more geometry, but ideally I don't have to do that. I mean, you can always just up the auto smoothing a bunch and then define where sharp edges are. You know? So that's always one option. That looks fine. Look at this funny guy. I think his feet need to be a little bit bigger. I think that's almost it, really. We just need one more cylinder joint. This guy's kind of a basic model. We need the cylinder joints for his arms. We'll just connect it there like that. All right. Take a look at this guy. Robot. So this is his front. Let's give him eyes. Let's see. Boom. Oops. Set those back in. Get these centered somewhere around there. I've been very not careful with my models. Like, they're kind of you probably have all sorts of issues and stuff, but it's fine. Then we're gonna hollow out his eyes. Only a little bit, though. Can move them forward a tiny bit. And I wanted to do, like... I guess those will work. Looks like the eye on his right is, like, broken. So I guess I'll apply these mirrors, and then separate them. And say P, separate by selection. So delete those vertices. Delete those vertices. And now face, fill. And now we're gonna... Oh, I thought I separated you. I did. And just shrink it on the y-axis like this. Alright. I think really most of this with him is just going to be texturing. It's about as simple as a robot gets. And in the drawing, it does have some like more joints on his knees and stuff, but I don't really want to have to animate extra joints, so we're just going to keep it as a solid leg. Alright, so old robot.scene, here he is. He's a funny guy. So we can start to kind of separate these and name them into their own stuff. Let's join all that geometry. Rename this one to head. We've got body. Let's apply the mirrors. Then we have to say boom, boom. Mesh. No, select by linked. All of those guys say separate by selection. So now we have the arms separate. So thank you for the follow. Call this arm right. Arm left. And we also have to redo all of his, like, you know, pivot points and stuff. So let's apply the mirror to the legs. What's up? Not much. How are you doing? Linked. Now we're gonna say separate by selection. So now we have the two legs. Oops. Leg right. Oh, what's your game about? I'm working on Deadlift. Deadlift is a horror game. Call this like pelvis or something. I don't know what that would be called. Currently, we're just creating a new entity that's going to be roaming the halls. It doesn't really directly attack the player or anything, but just kind of works as an obstacle that you have to get around. It's coming along. It's a sort of a horror roguelite. You enter into this elevator and you descend down and try to survive as long as you can. So you have to find items scattered around, not die from the entities that wander the halls. So yeah, it's coming along. I've been working on it for, I guess, about like 2 months now. We're just working on getting the playtesting stuff all ready to go, so we're getting very close to that point. Just need to set the, let's see. Trying to get some modern OS on my Mac. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't used my Mac in a long time. Let's see. Cursor. We want to do cursor to selected and then say set origin to cursor. And then same thing over here. Cursor to selected, set origin to cursor. So now the pivot points you can see on these are proper. So we can animate him that way. And then select those two, say cursor to selected, set origin to cursor. Cursor to selected, set origin to cursor, boom. Right now trying open core again? Okay, haven't heard of that before. I kind of know nothing when it comes to Mac stuff, honestly. I got a Mac a while ago, a couple years ago, because I wanted to, like, you know, add Mac support to my games and stuff. But man, I didn't realize how frustrating the Mac like export process could be, though. It's a little frustrating. They make it extremely difficult because you like have to code sign, and there's just all these requirements. It kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Did I really just do that? Oh, goodness. I accidentally deleted the wrong scene. I'm supposed to delete this one. Yikes. Okay, let's give him a ID. Old robot. Let's give him a collision shape. This guy will have a specific collision shape. It's gonna be boxy because he is a big box guy. Also, at the same time, I'm gonna need to do, let's see here. I don't want a collision shape in between his legs, so we're gonna do more like this. Because I want players and rovers to be able to move, but like underneath his legs if you crouch. So we got that one. Paste again. Thank you for the hydrate. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Thank you very much. Really good project that allows you to boot unsupported Mac OSs on any model of Mac. Oh. Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, one of the things that always has frustrated me with Mac is the fact that, like, once you're, you know, past the couple year limit or whatever, they're just like, okay, bye. We don't support you anymore. Your version of computer. So, but yeah, if you could get around that, that would be pretty nice for sure. Let's duplicate this. I'm gonna make this box shape unique. We're gonna move it into the center. And then just up this. So hopefully all the collision stuff should work. And unlike most of the other guys, I am going to give him layer 1. That way he does actually collide with, or other guys collide with him. My Mac is a 2011 Mac Mini. Okay, yeah, nice. I'm going to put Tahoe on it. That would be sick, yeah. I wonder how that would perform, honestly. I'm not sure. I think mine is like a 2016 Mac or something like that, so it's almost 10 years old now, which is stupid. I bought it used, so, because it was so much cheaper used. It's insane how expensive the like new Macs are. It's like, oh my god, how do people actually afford that? It's like thousands of dollars. And like, especially the top of the line stuff, like that actually has good hardware is so expensive. It's like, what? All right, old robot. We can start setting all his like textures and stuff. So we got void for his eye socket. Doesn't let me set it apparently. Oh, it's all set to 1. Okay. Go back in here and set all of his stuff up. Look by length. Give this a new slot. Void. Then we have to do all of this. Set it to metal. Sign. Set this one to void. And then I want to set these 2 spheres to shiny metal. By chance, do I know Moonwood Games? I'm trying to remember. Not off the top of my head, but I might remember. I'm not sure. It's somewhat familiar, I just can't remember where I would have seen it, though. So let's see, what are these comments? Finding massive empty areas in my factory world is purposeful. Yes, it is. Recommended streams, yeah. Woodwood Games, I could check those out. Cool. Appreciate the suggestion. Okay, let me see if I can texture this guy now. All right, head. So we're gonna set the void, not that one, not that one. What is going on with that? Something is not right. Okay, so let's set it like that. That's fine. I need to update his eye texture. Because this interface should be, like glass. Glass. Assign. And I think I have that glass I used for the rovers. Yeah, right here. Boom. Nope, that's the wrong glass. I think it's a lens. Yeah. And let's just keep dropping stuff on here. I do want to, like, get some better... Oh, that's funny. Need to apply his transforms. You'll see me in there? Awesome, yeah. I'll have to check it out sometime. Yeah, I definitely need, like... I also got the brushed metal I can do here. I could do that in some of these spots. But he needs, I need to apply all of his transforms. So I want to apply just scale. I don't want to do his pivots. That should hopefully fix his texture stretching. Yeah, there we go. Oh, his feet actually go out in the front more. I didn't realize that. I guess that's fine. Alright, he's coming along. Obviously, these textures are more temporary than anything. And I want him to be kind of covered in, like, plants and stuff, so I might import some, or, like, model on some leaves and stuff on him, or maybe even do a procedural text or shader for that, because that would be cool. But let's start working on this guy. So we're going to create his own script. He's going to extend entity. And I need to copy some stuff over from these guys, like the navigation agent, all that kind of stuff. I don't think I need those right now. I just need the navigation agent. Paste it on here. And he's a big guy, so I shouldn't set his maximum distance too far. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out, what his distance stuff needs to be, but it's fine for now. So I'm going to create a tween, var walk tween, type tween, and we're just going to say function ready. Oh. Yeah, we'll do create tween. Oh, create. Create tween. All right. Well, unfortunately, I do have to end stream right now. I just realized what time it was, so I'm going to do that now. But thank you, everybody, for coming into the stream. Do appreciate it. We got a bunch of stuff done today, so I'm excited to get this new robot guy in and stuff. It'll be cool. I guess he might also block entities. I'm not sure. Like, these are... I'll have to think about some things like that, figure it all out, but... Yeah, let's go raid. Let's raid Dobbs. Why not? Alright, we're gonna go raid Dobbs. But yeah, thank you, gamers. Feel free to grab Starground. It's available right now on Steam. 20% off for the winter sale. And we just had a 0.15 drop, so there's a bunch of new stuff to look at. Feel free to join the Discord. I'll be letting you guys know when it's finally time for the playtesting on Deadlift. Which very soon, I'm definitely planning on doing it before the end of the year, so. Yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow. 3:30 MST. So I'll see you guys around. Just waiting for the raid to go. Alright. Thank you, gamers. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.